Everybody's dropping coins, buying upgrades and extra points. But the potato's got no dough. He's just playing solo. He's the rebel of the servers, taking all the pay to win with a determination. Gonna show him that he's in. Oh, free to play potato, breaking all the rules. He's a force to reckon with. Nothing can make him lose. Get ready for the taters, 'cause they're here to stay. They're the free to play potatoes, taking on the games their way. Living in a digital age where the games are all rage, but there's a special kind of spun. He's got a different attitude. He's a free-to-play potato, only playing for free. No cash to burn, just gonna earn his victories. Everybody's dropping coins, buying upgrades and extra points. But the potato's got no dough. He's just playing solo. He's the rebel of the servers, taking all the pay to win with a determination. Gonna show him that he's in. Oh, free to play potato, breaking all the rules. He's a force to reckon with. Nothing can make him lose. Get ready for the taters, 'cause they're here to stay. They're the free to play potatoes, taking on the games their way.
Okay. I was checking the news. Things are not really good for the video game industry. Actually, the media industry in general. So let's take a look about what's going on. I want to study this thing because things are getting kind of weird.
What is going on, everyone? Badger here. Sure to like and sub, and let's get into this. We always try to make the case that before any sort of ESG money forcing DEI policies came into any studios, before there was ever a Sweet Baby Inc. and the whole grifter community, and before every single gaming studio was compromised by activists, it was already in trouble. Bloated releases, more and more buggy releases, incomplete products, DLC becoming more and more expensive, season pass, etc., etc., etc. And then you add in all the activism and all the other stuff, and you really tank your product. But either way, on top of all of that, video games just keep getting more and more expensive, and then we find out the CEOs get paid better and better. And so the more things change, the more they stay the same. And so Mark Kearns, formerly, of course, of World of Warcraft team lead, and the most hated man on the internet as far as these legacy gaming journalists and the Mercuntis of the world are concerned. But he reacted to this announcement from software here. You can see, as part of our efforts to create a rewarding work environment From Software will be raising base salaries and starting salaries for new graduates. We will continue to work on game development to provide our users with even more excitement and valuable games. And then explaining it a little bit more, because of course you want everyone to be paid, obviously with the cost, inflation, this and that and other. You want the rising cost of living to be accounted for. So it says here the basic salary of its current employees by an average, it's going to be raising the basic salary of its current employees by an average of approximately 11.8% effective April 2025. In conjunction with that increase, the starting salary for new graduates will also be raised from 260,000 yen to 300,000. No idea what that would be in American currency. Company added, we want to convey excitement and create value. Right. And that's where we got that last part. So they are increasing, and you go, well, what's wrong with that? Right. Well, let's find out. So here's Grums from Software announces an 11.8 raise for everyone. AAA Western game vendors are trying to tell you that the horrible sales this year are because of gamers expecting too much or a horrible economy. This is a false narrative spun to avoid the real reason. AAA studios have abandoned their customers, yes, preferring to churn out buggy formula games that focus more on virtue signaling than gameplay. I hadn't read this beforehand, but yes, remember what I said about increasingly buggy and unfinished games? And then when you add in the activism, it doesn't make it any better. When you virtue signaling the gameplay. From Software, Game Science, Helldivers, Pal World, all have smaller budgets than Ubisoft, EA, and others, and compete in the same economy. They are killing it and giving people raises at Western companies, do massive layoffs and cut costs. Yeah, the lesson is clear for those that will listen. Gamers first, leave the pandering at the door. From Software has decided to rate. Yeah, sorry, and he just quotes the original thing. This just goes into a trend, obviously, from Ubisoft and its CEO Yves Guillemot, who has multiple times we've heard how all of their game devs dismiss our rightful criticism as just toxic gamer talk. Inside the studios, they have an atmosphere of toxic positivity. You can see Guillemot, he again likes to obfuscate and make it seem like we're the ones with the problem. That, oh no, all of their products are great, even though Star Wars Outlaws released broken, and we specifically cited it in our reason for delaying Assassin's Creed Shadows. So again, the right hand didn't know what the left hand is doing. Um, and also they do love to blame it on economies when it's the top-down approach, unfortunately, that's going wrong. And you can see here him saying, in light of the recent challenges, we acknowledge the need for greater efficiency while delighting players. As a result, beyond the first important short-term actions undertaken, the executive committee, under the supervision of the board of directors, is launching a review aimed at further improving our execution, notably in this player-centric approach, which you never should have lost, and accelerating our strategic path towards a higher performing model to the benefit of our stakeholders and shareholders. And stakeholders and shareholders are the ones that are about to drag them from their office chairs and through the street. And you can see here also in Square Enix, they also will give mouth service to how they're all about the player, and then it's anything but. Going on to share that, they have their own things that they're engaged in, and that are those oh so fun diversity requirements. Phil over here trying to say, I think he blames everything on a lack of growth in the industry, not really commenting on why there is that lack of growth. And it's what we said in the beginning. You are giving broken, unfinished products that pander and virtue signal, and not even well. And then when we call you on your pandering, your virtue signaling, and your broken products, you call us toxic and sexist and racist. And it's the same playbook that we see in TV shows and movies and comics. If you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. If you don't like my Ghost of Yote, don't buy my game. And here we are. Concord canceled in 2 weeks. I'm starting to get angry as I think about it. It's just a long line. I know it's in the name, but it's where we are now. So I think we all need to go back to that AAA game moratorium, unless it's something like a Black Myth Wukong.
Okay, so not even 2 weeks, to be honest. It was like what, 12 days? But what, 12 days? Um, 400 millions, right? For what I hear, when they have to show the game, they had nothing done. They have a prototype that wasn't even playable yet. There were a bunch of assets. Oh, the cash shop was working. At least that. Not that, not like it matter, but at least as a dev, I guess they got something done. So yay to them, even if there's the worst part for the customers. So they had to inject another 200 to 400 millions to finish the project. Plus, they had to acquire the studio, at least to hire the team. So easily 800 million plus the dev team, that would be about $1 billion to die in 12 days, right? Yeah, good business. Congratulations.
Other than that, bye. No, Space Marine 2, fine. Other than that, bye. No money for you. Certainly not for anything like a Starfield or anything like that. Either way, let me know what you think about all of this. Be sure to like, share, and sub. If you have done that, thank you. If you're going to do that, thank you.
Well, bye.
And my model keep dying. Okay, never mind. Whatever. So, that's just Sony. Ubisoft is a completely different case. At least for what I understood.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so it's not looking good, okay, for Ubisoft. And I know I've been saying that for what, like 5 videos now, but it's true. Every bit of information that we have coming out about Ubisoft, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And we have a headline here from That Park Place that reads Ubisoft might be cutting staff by 40%, or around 8,000 people, amid rumors of a potential buyout. Now, we've been saying for a while, okay, many videos now for months, we've been saying for a while that Ubisoft is on a trajectory that is so far down that the only thing that's going to save them is either a sale or a buyout of some kind. That's the only thing that's going to save them, because at this point, they're in such a rut. They're in such a massive debt hole that there's almost no way they're going to get out of it with video games like Star Wars Outlaws that flopped with only 1 million units sold, and Assassin's Creed Shadows that got pushed back because they know that game's going to flop most likely compared to what they thought it was going to sell.
For a modern gaming audience.
Let's also keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, the massive amount of money that was lost by Skull and Bones, which is the primary reason why Ubisoft is hurting as bad as it is. Star Wars Outlaws selling only 1 million units, yeah, it makes them hurt, but it doesn't make them hurt as bad as Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones was such a massive financial failure for Ubisoft. We're talking hundreds upon hundreds of millions of dollars, damn near almost $1 billion by some estimates. It's ridiculous how much money they spent over 10 years on that one particular video game just for them to get a peak concurrent player count of about 2,000 on Steam. It's pathetic, really, and it just shows where Ubisoft is going. So let's get into this article, guys, from That Park Place. But of course, before we do, if you are new here, just consider hitting that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it, and like the video to push us out into that YouTube algorithm. So it says at least one analyst speculates that Ubisoft might cut its staff by 40% amid rumors that the company will be bought out and taken private. A rumor from Bloomberg's Vinci Chan, Dong Kiao, and Benoit Berthelot claims that Tencent Holdings Ltd. And the Guillemot family are considering options, including a potential buyout of the French video game developer after it lost more than half of its market value this year, according to people familiar with the matter. Now, what I will say, like I said in many live streams and many videos, is that even if Ubisoft goes broke, somebody's going to buy Ubisoft. The reason why is because somebody is going to realize that there's money to be made there, right? It's kind of like when you have someone who's an extremely lazy business owner, and then someone who's not lazy walks by that business and looks at it and says, you know what? This place has a lot of potential. It's just being underutilized by the current owner because they're just bad. They're lazy. They're not good business owners, and they clearly don't care that much. Maybe they're running it absentee. It just looks terrible. I can buy this and make way more money than they're making probably. Let me go make them a lowball offer.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Like, a company this big will never die. Like, Atari is the greatest example. Atari caused the crash on the video game industry back in the 80s. And the company is still around. So it may not be that big of a name anymore, but still. And I was expecting something this to happen, like especially coming from the Tencent company. Because they're buying everything. They do have the money. And they want to become like a monopoly in a way. They already own, let's see. Oh, in China, they command everything. They bought several companies, including Rat Games, the publisher of League of Legends. And apparently they kind of fix League of Legends in a way. Now, if they buy Ubisoft, they can fix it. And by fixing, I mean, this 40% of workers they are laying off. There will be even more. The first ones to go away will probably gonna be the woke group. Oh, because they don't want that. They know. And basically the tradition we will say no to them. They don't want that, they don't like that, they don't approve that. They will pretty much clean the company before start doing stuff. So yeah, not a big surprise. I don't know if they are involved with this from the beginning. But wasn't expecting this to happen.
That's exactly what's happening here. And this is not the first time we've seen Tencent's name being brought up in the conversation. Tencent Holdings has been brought up in conversation for Ubisoft being bought out by them multiple times already. And the Guillemot family has said that they are considering options. So I really think at this point, Tencent is probably realizing that IPs like Assassin's Creed is going to make them an insane amount of money so long as they do it correctly.
True.
The report added that the Chinese tech company and the Guillemot brothers have been speaking with advisors to help explore ways to stabilize Ubisoft and bolster its value. with people that said as to not be identified during discussing a private matter. One of the possibilities being discussed would involve teaming up to take the company private, according to the people. This rumor comes in the wake of investment from AJ Holdings calling for Ubisoft to be sold and taken private. In an open letter addressed to the Ubisoft board, CEO Yves Guillemot, Tencent, and Guillemot Family Holding in the middle of September, the company stated, take the company private for fair price. We urge the board to consider taking Ubisoft private with Tencent as a significant partner and shareholder. Ubisoft as a public company is under ongoing scrutiny to report better and better quarterly results to please investors, which may harm strategy going forward and is harming Ubisoft at this time when they need to think long term to get new air into their exceptional franchises. Now, again, they can blame, investors, they can blame whatever they want, but at the end of the day, man, it's got nothing to do with the investors, my guy. Unless you are talking about ESG investors, perhaps you sold your soul to the devil. Again, I don't know what taking the company private is going to do other than the following. If they want to take the company private, that means they want to nuke the company, right? They want to nuke, the majority of people working there, but they don't want to go through the hassle of all the legalities to do it, because when you're a private company, that is at will. You could do whatever the hell you want within reason and basically nuke most of the company and bring in a newer team. So perhaps they want to go private so that way they can get rid of all the damn activists and the virus that has taken over their company. That's also an option. But as of right now, I don't really see them going private anytime soon. Maybe within the next 2 years or so, they might explore it, but they're going to wait until they see how Assassin's Creed Shadows does. Everything is riding on Shadows at this point. Skull and Bones failed massively, and massively is probably an understatement. Star Wars Outlaws failed massively. I don't care what the shills tell you, all the IGN articles and everything. That game is a massive failure. 1 million unit sales in a month, where Black Myth Wukong did 10 million in 4 days. Yeah, no.
IGN can kiss my ass. Fucking activists. They lie doing reviews of games they don't like. If the company don't follow their standards, they're gonna nuke the review, even if the game is fucking amazing. Like Stellar Blade, Black Myth Wukong, go fuck themselves.
No, you're a failure, especially for a Star Wars IP. You are 100% a failure. So don't even bother bringing up that conversation. So that game bombed. Both of those games have lost Ubisoft an insane amount of money. They can't do it in the same year. So they pushed Assassin's Creed Shadows back, and now everything is riding on Shadows. If Shadows does not succeed, and I'm not even talking about light success, I'm talking about it needs to be a banger. It needs to be a mega banger, because it's got to make up for Outlaws. It's not going to make up for Skull and Bones, but it at least needs to make up its own budget, and it needs to make up Outlaws. If it can do that, then, they might have a little bit of a shot and a little bit of a momentum going into next year. But if Assassin's Creed Shadows flops, yeah, this company's done. I don't really know. I guess going private would be their only way that they can move forward.
Assassin's Creed Shadows must be the game of the year, otherwise they are screwed. They are screwed. There's no way they can achieve this. The competition is too fierce. They cannot reach that. And as soon they announce that they are pushing this game back to February to fix things, Ghost to Yote was announced that he will pretty much kill this game. And to their luck, I don't know if the same month or the next month. Month, oh my god, the next month. There will be another release like Monster Hunter. So yeah, I don't think so. They can't do that.
Furthermore, if it noted, if Guillemot and Tencent are not interested in Ubisoft's value, we urge the current management not to block any takeover, as there are several PE groups that would be interested based on our research. In the event of offer from a PE group or strategic investor, we urge Guillemot family to accept this bid. When this bid will be for a fair price, if this offer won't be accepted, we will sue for reimbursement of damages. Oh, wow, I didn't even know about that. Jesus. That's insane. They're not playing around. They're basically saying sell or we're going to sue you for what you have done to our money. And you know what? Hey, I'm happy to see this. You want to know why? Because these companies, they're the ones that don't give a shit about their customers. They don't care about their client base. They've been attacking gamers left and right. They have activists at their company that be making all kinds of nonsensical posts on Twitter. So I'm okay with this, man. I've been saying for the longest time, the investors have been asleep. They haven't been looking or paying attention at what's happening around the culture in gaming. And when you start paying attention, you'll start realizing really quick who's the problem. And it's not the customers. Again, this is the only industry that I know of. The entertainment industry is the only one where apparently it's okay to blame the customer for your project's failure. How that is, I don't know, but it's the only one that I know of. Everybody else, if you fail, it's on you. It's your fault, and you have to fix it. The investment firm made
That
this
was
call after it
harsh.
accused
He's
Guillemot family
right.
Tencent
They are
of
right.
discounting potential value of Ubisoft in order to buy more shares at lower valuation and eventually take full control of the company at heavily discounted valuation. I mean, this shit runs so deep. I don't even know at this point. All I know is that Ubisoft, the Ubisoft we know of today is going to be drastically different over the next year or two. I would guarantee that this company, whether going private or firing almost half the people, I don't really know what's going to go down. All I know is something big is going to happen, and we're going to be here for it. So anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Hope you did enjoy it. If you did, consider leaving me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. Don't forget to like the video, comment, let me know what you thought, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Hypnotic out.
So, you know what's the worst part of this? The company wasn't broke. Yes, they had failures here and there, but basically, what, like 7, 8 out of 10 games was a huge success. Everything started to go downhill when they actually started to accept this woke bullshit. What the fuck is this? Oh, come on. New Bigfoot evidence. Oh, my God. Yeah, oh, my God. This is another bullshit thing. I watched
So with
this
all the
video.
news that are coming out about Ubisoft, I think it's safe to say that things are just melting down over there. People are losing their minds. Executives are not happy. Workers are not happy.
I forgot to leave a
Developers
like.
are not happy. Everybody's not happy at Ubisoft. The only people who are happy are the ones who they told they need to get comfortable not owning their games, which, unfortunately for them, were the people that were actually buying their games, you know, the actual gamers. Well, we apparently have the monetization director, which, by the way, I want to make it clear at the start of this video that of all the people to melt down, I find it amazing that the one who's melting down is the monetization director, the one who's probably in charge of making Ubisoft
True.
games have a $139.99 edition. It's just insane. The person who nickel and dimes everyone is okay with apparently melting.
The guy responsible for all this nonsense, all the cash shops, all the, oh my God, this, oh, you must be comfortable in not owning the games you buy. You paid for it, but fuck you. It's not yours. Also, this stupid thing about sell boosters for single player games. Like, what the hell, dude? It's a single player. Who cares? Also, online service. Fuck that shit. if it's a multiplayer, at least at the level of, let's say, Warframe, I will say fine. Okay, you play with other people, so it's okay, even if only 4 people at once. But imagine if you had to pay, not to pay, imagine you had to log on your account to play Skyrim. Why? It's a fucking single player. I don't want to log in. I don't want to make an account just to play fucking Tetris.
Down over basically everything that's happening at Ubisoft right now.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
So apparently the monetization director is not very happy. His name is Stevie Chassard, and he's lashing out at gamers and also fellow developers because, hey, you might as well, right? Friendly fire is a thing when shit hits the fans. Let's get into this article, guys, from That Part Place. But of course, before we do, if you are new here, just consider hitting that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it, and like the video to push us out into that YouTube algorithm. It says Stevie Chassard, the monetization director at Ubisoft, lashed out at gamers and his fellow developers in the wake of the company postponing Assassin's Creed Shadows and admitting that its sales on Star Wars Outlaws were in fact softer than expected. About a week after the press release, Chassard took to his LinkedIn, which, by the way, you guys notice something? All these activist developers, all these people who are in the gaming industry, they're choosing to go to their LinkedIn to go complain. I don't really know why that is, right? I guess it's because they don't like Twitter anymore, but they can't stay away from Twitter, so they use Twitter for like light.
Wait, what? wait. The guy complaining on LinkedIn? Wasn't this supposed to be like a professional network? You know, people showing portfolios, looking for job, looking for workers, things like that. Why the guy go to LinkedIn? That's fucking stupid.
Browsing and whatnot, but they've been using their LinkedIns to have meltdowns lately. He's not the only one to do this. A lot of them have been doing this. You know, we've been reporting on it and talking about it. I just found it interesting, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, wow, why is that? I guess because at the LinkedIn level, there's probably more of an echo chamber there, right? You're followed by people all within the same industry who are never going to tell you that, hey, you're acting crazy, you're doing something stupid, blah, blah, blah. The chances of you hearing that on LinkedIn is a lot smaller than you hearing it on Twitter. So this is probably why they're going to LinkedIn.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
But again, he went and lashed out at gamers and his fellow developers celebrating the demise of Ubisoft. He wrote the following: I rarely post on social media, but today I am sad, ashamed, and sad. The gaming industry is rough at the moment. We all know it. But seeing how gamers react on social medias, wishing ill fate to companies and people alike, is sad. And not only towards Ubisoft. Even though it is always the vocal minority that expresses themselves on social media, I was hurt and ashamed.
Okay, vocal minority. This actually hurts my intelligence. Like, if these people complaining are the vocal minority, then explain me that. Why are games not selling? Because people are making games for this modern audience. So where are this modern audience? Why are they not buying the games? So the games are not selling because, oh, maybe because this modern audience don't exist and you ditch it all the loyal customers that used to follow and buy every single game you release for at least a decade. Many people are buying games from the same companies many decades. And the companies are ditching these people out. They don't want these people to buy games anymore because they are targeting this modern audience. So where are they? Why are they not buying the games? They are targeting them and they're not buying. Oh, I see. It's because they don't exist. These people supporting these movements are just out accounts and bots. And none of these people gonna buy copies of the game. Oh. I believe not even the devs are buying their own games. Yeah. Maybe that's the issue.
Shame to be part of this community. He added, well, let's be very clear, okay, Stevie, whatever. Let's be very clear. The people that are lashing out right now, the gamers, as you want to call them, that are lashing out right now, are the ones that you essentially told to go fuck themselves. They're the ones who you tried to say they need to be comfortable not owning games. They're the ones who you guys like to complain and call chuds or racist or misogynist or sexist. All you're doing right now is receiving the information that was previously stifled from your ears, right? Because Twitter was a safe space for you guys. Twitter was being I would say self-censored. You know, they had a lot of bots and a lot of things in place that would stifle any criticism against anything that wasn't even remotely left-wing. Now that is not the case anymore. So you guys want to pretend as if things are getting really bad right now, when in all actuality, all you're doing is just hearing what was already there, but you're hearing it now for the first time. See, this is the problem when you have safe spaces, when you live in a world that has safe spaces, because eventually that safe space is going to go away. And when you've been comforted by that safe space for so many years, once it goes away, you're not going to know what to do with yourself. You're going to end up posting on LinkedIn like you're doing right now and losing your mind and lamenting the state of the gaming industry right now. And again, also, just to reiterate, you guys are the ones that started attacking gamers first. It's not the other way around. This is just a counter reaction to what you decided to begin with in the first place. None of you guys want to take accountability for your actions. No developer wants to take accountability. Nobody in the gaming industry wants to take accountability. You all want to pretend like it's the gamer's fault. It's only in your industry, in the entertainment industry, that it's somehow the customer's fault as to why you guys are being losers right now. It doesn't make any sense. How is it the customer's fault that your projects failed? How is that? You guys need to seriously start looking at yourself and take some goddamn accountability, because ultimately you are clearly very allergic to accountability. But regardless, last but not least too, this part right here, I don't have the video clip saved to play on video right now, but you guys already know what I'm going to say. Oh, we're the vocal minority? Not according to those sales numbers, we're not. The whole hashtag, there's more of us? Yeah, no, there's not. There's not more of you. There's much more of us. He then directed his anger at his fellow developers. What is even more revolting is coming on LinkedIn and seeing the same comments from people within the industry. On top of exposing yourself as a clearly non-decent human being, you are affecting thousands of employees that are already impacted by all the hate, despite doing their best to deliver incredible experiences, my guy. Just because you think an experience is incredible doesn't think the gamers think the experience is incredible. See, this is the problem. You guys are making video games for yourselves. You're trying to sell yourselves on the stories that you're making, and you're not trying to sell the gamers on the stories that you're making. So what ends up happening is that your game comes out that we all know is going to be trash, and it ends up being trash from the few people that tried it. Word of mouth gets around, and your game flops. That's not our fault. Okay, you can try to keep blaming gamers as much as you want, but perhaps you should start making people for the mass audience again. I'm sorry, you should start making games for the mass audience again and stop making video games for either yourselves or the 0.5% who are very loud on Twitter about stunning and bravery and DEI and all this nonsense. Like, nobody cares, my guy. Stop blaming your customers. That is such a bitch look. I really don't know how else to put it other than that.
About that. Where it go? I don't know what. I don't know where it gone. This old saying. There was basically like this: the customer is always right. So you ditch the customers. And now you're blaming the customers. We start with this thing, oh, you must be comfortable not owning whatever you buy from us. We keep your money and you keep nothing. Then you come with this nonsense that you ditch the customers in order to get modern audience, and the modern audience don't seem to be listening to you. So how is the fault of the people you ditched? I don't understand. So many bad practices, especially in Ubisoft. Ubisoft is even being investigated by the European Committee. I don't know what's gonna come out from that, but hey, you dig your own grave. And oh my god, there's so much shit going on here.
How can you wish a company to fail simply because they do not cater to you or that the product does not please you is beyond me. Well, that's because we are gamers, my guy. Like, you don't understand. We are gamers. You guys used to make video games for gamers. Ubisoft used to make experiences for gamers. Now you are making experiences for yourselves. You are making experiences for ESG investors. You are making experiences for somebody totally different than what you've been doing for the last, I don't even know how many years you guys have been around, a long freaking time. You're doing what a lot of other companies are doing, which is pivoting to a certain audience that doesn't buy their stuff. And then you have the audacity to sit there on your platforms like LinkedIn and complain that your projects are failing. And then you want to do the pity party. You want to say, oh, we're just developers working hard. We're just working. Listen, bitch, I work hard every day. Okay, I work hard every single fucking day. And the last thing I care about is whether or not I get like a mass amount of people watching. Of course, I want people to watch, all right? Every YouTuber wants them to watch. But if people don't watch the video, guess what? I start the next day and try to do a better video. That's all I do. I just keep trying to do more content, better live streams, lots of fun, as much as I possibly can to entertain people, and I put the work in. The last thing you're going to catch me doing is bitching on Twitter about how people aren't watching me anymore, they're not supporting me. Like, no, if I ever lose support, then I'm going to look at myself and figure out what I got to do to get better. That's what I'm going to look at. You guys, on the other hand, you lose support, and you're like, it's the fault of the customers. They're just angry chuds. And this is why you are in the position that you're in. He concluded, we are all in the same boat. Please, please, please stop spreading hate. We should all uplift each other instead of bringing each other down. You're a loser. Okay, how about that? How about that for spreading hate? You are an absolute loser. Okay, this is not how the real world works. You guys are not performing to the level of which you need to be performing or that you potentially can perform. As shown in the past, you're purposely performing, you're underperforming. And there could be a bunch of reasons why that is, and none of them you want to address. You don't want to address any of them. You just want people to support you just because you're a nice guy. No, that's not how this works, man. The real world doesn't work like that, and the real world doesn't have time for your soft ass shit. So
Okay, that was kind of extreme, but he's right. I mean, nobody would actually care that much if these people was working on a small company, making smaller games, like their own titles. But they're working on a big company. And because of that, the customers of that company have high expectations because the standards for that company, not only this company, all these companies are pretty high. And not only that, they're messing up with established franchise, established IPs. Like Assassin's Creed, Star Wars, Marvel. All these companies that works with these titles are sinking. They are burning and sinking after take a shit from these guys and a shit from the customers. I don't know why they are doing this, why they're pushing this stupid agenda. This is entertainment. This should not be any agenda on it. Okay, this is a form of escape from reality. So you're doing this wrong, my friend. Also, you're pushing this bullshit. Okay, you're trying to make what? People fear you? Because then is this thing. Like, you could be a great leader. Okay, but there are basically two ways to become a leader. Or you command by fear, or you command by respect. If you command by fear, people will obey you, will bow to you because they are afraid of you. The difference is at the first moment you are not looking, someone gonna stab you on the back. And take your place. Or burn your house down. So you're no longer the leader. There will be no trace of you or your friend in all that. Yeah, look at the history. People did that with kings, emperors, and all this shit. An entire dynasty erased in one night. However, if you lead with respect, people will not stab you on the back. Instead, they're going to give their lives for you. They follow because they respect you. They even take a bullet for you. So yeah, stupidity exists. And it's showing pretty strong nowadays. And I smell something burning. I don't know what it is. I hope it's my neighbor burning some I don't know, some rubber bands or whatever. Let me check.
Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Hope you did enjoy it. If you did, consider leaving me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. Don't forget to like the video, comment, let me know what you thought, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Hypnotic out.
Okay, I don't know what it is, but as long as it's not here, I'm fine. Oh yeah, and there's an event going on today, so maybe that's the reason. So much trash on the street right now. I think some people may be burning out these flyers and this shit. Oh my god, why is this allowed? Yeah, this is a thing too. I think this is a mod. A mod that was actually removed from Access mod because they changed the character in a game. She used it to be white, they changed it to black. So someone made a mod turning her back to white, and yeah, the mod was removed. The mod was blocked, but you can change Kratos into a black guy. His mod is still there. You can change what else? Oh, The Witcher 2 have one. You can change Geralt to a black guy. This is allowed, but change black to white? No, that's forbidden. Yeah, standards.
Hollywood is running scared of you.
You know
they
what?
call
No,
you a
screw that.
toxic fan.
No, fuck Hollywood. There's nothing good coming out from Hollywood, so I don't fucking care. Did I watch this? Okay, let me refresh. And this is recommended again. Oh no, I will not watch this. I like Smash ET, but I will not watch this shit because I fucking hate this bitch. Fuck Alisa Mercante.
What's up, space pirates? This is your captain, the Dread Pirate Dr. Disaster, and once again, we get to witness the pure and absolute hypocrisy on full display by the ideologues that work in the game industry, in particular, the jackasses at Nexus Mods are going out of
Oh,
their way
there it
to
is.
show us what pieces of hypocritical garbage they are. God of War Ragnarok
Perfect.
was just released on Steam a few weeks ago, and naturally, people are putting together mods for the game. Of course, there are all kinds of mods available. People do weird shit with mods, and that is part of the major fun with PC games. There are mods, for example, where Geralt has been turned into a black dude in The Witcher 3, and that's cool. Somebody might enjoy playing him that way, and the people at Nexus think that is just hunky-dory, which it is.
I love you.
But conversely, when somebody dared to go against the woke religion and created a mod where they turned Angrabata, who is black in the original game, but the mod makes her white, Nexus lost their shit over it and banned that mod from their site. This is pure hypocrisy at its most blatant. Sweet Baby Inc. worked on this game originally, as you may remember. They consulted on God of War Ragnarok. If you go to their website, the game is prominently listed. Chances are that Sweet Baby are the ones responsible for the addition of a black character into a Viking game in the first place.
Yep.
So ultimately, this whole situation is just Nexus swooping in to protect the adding of diversity into the game.
Okay. Now we're diving into mythology. Okay, Norse mythology in specific. I would say that yes, they may have but let's say souls of every nation on it, as long, of course, you believe in the religion. Because the House of Valhalla are open to every single warrior who died an honorable death. That means you die in combat. If you die of old age, well, you're out of luck. So, yes, I guess there will be people from every nationality, but the gods and all the important characters in the mythology are Nords. They are Vikings. They are white. That means everyone. Odin, Loki, Thor, Baldur, every single one. All the females too, like Freya and everybody else. So why they added that? The same thing goes for the Thor movie. They changed Valkyrie, who is a white blonde girl. I believe it was even Thor's daughter in the mythology. In the comics, they changed it. It's not his daughter. That's just weird. Domino on the Deadpool movie too. She is not even white, she's pale. She's completely deprived of pigmentation on the skin. And she have this black star tattooed on her face. The movie is the completely inverse.
Which is the one thing that Sweet Baby is good at.
Here I come to save the day.
Alright, me hearties, make sure you like this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and also, don't forget to follow me on Twitter, where I keep a list of woke and DEI infected crap pinned to my account at all times for your reference. My handle on the platform is Dr. Disaster 1. Anyhow, if there's one thing I just cannot stomach, it is hypocrisy, especially when you have got a whole bunch of jackasses who just won't cop to it. It's one thing if you've got someone who admits to their biases, but that isn't the case with these yahoos. They will permit characters to be race swapped from white to black, but they'll act like it's a massive problem if it goes the other way, as if some horrible act of violence has taken place. And if
Yeah,
they just
the double
admitted
standard
their
issue.
prejudices from there, if they said, yes, we are discriminating against a group of people based on their skin color, then I would at least respect that to a certain degree. Mind you, I wouldn't do business with them. I think that's a disgusting way to be, but I would at least have a tiny part of me that respects just owning it. But not this. What they do in the industry these days is shit in your cereal right in front of you, looking you in the eyes while they do it, and then telling you with a straight face that nobody is shitting in your cereal. This deserves no respect. And as far as things go with Sweet Baby, you just know. You know that the black girl character in a game about Vikings and Norse mythology and all that stuff, you just know that adding her was their idea. They would have been pounding their fists on the table, insisting that they make Angrabata black. The thing is, that's just about the only thing that these consultancy groups seem to be good at. They tell these game companies to add diversity into the games, and then they act like they've done a great job, like they're amazing writers or something, like they're changing the world. And to be clear, I don't care that there happens to be a black girl in this story in a general sense. I will say that it seems very out of place in a Norse setting, and I can see how the character as she is would take people out of the story, how it would remove a player's suspension of disbelief and thereby ruin the story. I can see how that would be the case, and maybe some people like the character as she was made, and that's fine. But for others, they should be able to mod this character into someone that looks like she fits in with the rest of the setting. Otherwise, what the hell is the damned point of playing something on PC in the first place? Mods are a massive draw for PC gamers. But I do think the whole Sweet Baby thing has taken a toll on this game's Steam release. The Sweet Baby Inc. detected situation happened earlier this year, as you may remember, but it did happen after this game, after God of War Ragnarok was originally released on PlayStation, so it didn't affect sales of that game on that platform, but it certainly seems to have affected the PC release. According to this article from That Park Place, Ragnarok had less than half the sales of God of War. The article notes that Ragnarok hit a peak concurrent player count of 31,606 right after release. But if you look here, the peak concurrent player count of God of War, which released back in 2022, that game hit over 73,000 when that one was released on Steam. This is a drop of over 57%. The article then suggests that this could have something to do with Sweet Baby Inc., and I agree entirely. I don't know if that's the whole reason or anything like that, but I guarantee that it has something to do with this weak launch. Sweet Baby is despised by a massive chunk of the gaming community, and there really is no rescuing them and their work from the ire of gamers. At the end of the day, when it comes to mods, I see no damn reason that any of these people should have to step in and force people to play a certain way. The wokesters out there will insist that this stuff that they're adding into games isn't political, that this isn't messaging. But if it wasn't messaging, then why the hell would this mod piss them off so much and make them want to ban it? It isn't hurting anyone if I want to play my own single-player game in the way that I want to play it in the comfort of my own home. That is only a problem if the game was meant to be propaganda. But I'm going to leave it there. What do you make of this Nexus mod situation? Drop your thoughts into the comment section below, and we will talk there.
Thanks for watching, me hearties. If you haven't already, your captain is inviting you to subscribe to the channel and become a part of the crew. Life as a space pirate may not be glamorous, but there's always plenty of booty.
Yeah, they guess there's the involvement with this stupid company. Let's be honest. Sorry. Trying to smash a stupid mosquito. Pass it, fly by. Okay, so let's be honest. Just the mention of that company name already makes companies tremble. They don't want to get affected by it. I don't know what is the deal. They offer, or they are pushing, or someone else is pushing, but nobody's happy, especially the devs. And now the investor, because apparently they are opening their eyes. So we'll see how things go. But I believe by the end of the next year, a lot of things gonna change. I don't know if everything gonna get fixed, but things gonna get a little different at least. Oh, and don't even get started with this fucking game. Oh my god. One thing worse than the other. No games for Xbox. Xbox is dead. I don't know what's going on with Xbox, but to be honest, Microsoft did the correct thing. Microsoft did something that every company should have been doing. Oh my god. my throat is not helping to. Sorry. Okay. Companies should be doing exactly what Microsoft did. Fire every freaking activist. I don't know exactly why they fire the entire division. They may have their own reasons, but they did the right call. What the heck is this?
I stand in solidarity with the enemies. I am not going to fight any longer. I am peaceful protesting.
1 millisecond later.
I'm not gonna hurt these enemies. This enemy. I said plural. I'm not gonna hurt this guy. I'm just gonna stand right here. I'm peaceful protesting. I am not moving. We've been standing here for 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Not changing now.
Eventually.
I am not moving.
Okay. Okay. This one deserves a like. Oh my god. How this game was even approved? Yeah, Space Marines too. Oh my god. This game deserves a medal. What is... Oh. Acolyte, Wings of Power, and more. Yeah, screw this series. I tried to watch Rings of Power. It was... Okay, the beginning of the series wasn't that bad. It was slow as heck. But I got bored so quickly. I don't even know what to say. It was horrible. I had to quit.
They're getting destroyed by a monkey. Monkey too strong. Monkey got prep time.
Yeah. We like Wukong because we want to return the monkey, agreed.
Big trouble. Ubisoft director LinkedIn meltdown exposes massive Bloomberg rumor. Another one.
Another one.
I swear to God, there's so many every week. There's a new gaming industry meltdown.
Yeah.
Point, we all know that Ubisoft is a complete dumpster fire. No matter how many videos I make on it, I feel like it doesn't really get across the point of just how dire the situation is there. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT. And today we have a meltdown from a monetization director at Ubisoft going on a complete unhinged rant against customers, other
it's a React video.
It's just all falling, collapsing all at once, and it's beautiful to see.
So this makes like
that I'm cheering on the demise
Videoception.
I don't want it to come across like that. It's more like one of those, this is the thing that gamers have been telling you, screaming from the mountaintops for I don't know how many months, if not years at this point.
It's been years.
Especially with Ubisoft.
Years.
Stop going down this direction. Start making games that gamers actually want to play and listen to the people giving you money. Hit that subscribe, give me a like.
So it's not even like the narration Ubisoft is picking up for the games. It's also the game performance itself that is massively going under for years in Ubisoft.
Like and check out smashjt.com for the full exhaustive article breaking down not just this employee's unhinged rant on LinkedIn, but also more information on the details of Ubisoft potentially laying off upwards of 40% of their workforce, nearly 8,000 employees, and potentially going private in what looks to be one of the most complicated dumpster fires of a mess in the game industry that we've seen in years. Well, actually, I guess it hasn't been that long since the last one. Embracer Group, I guess, was probably on the same level, if not a lot bigger. And that was like a year ago, and it's still falling apart as we speak right now. So
yeah, there is no way to save this. But it's sad, I'm not gonna lie. They started. Wasn't the players, wasn't the customers. They started. So I don't know what to say. And I have everybody commenting about the exact same thing. That is just ridiculous. That's a good question. Why game studios avoid Blender? I remember that back in the day was because Blender had some bugs and it wasn't that intuitive. And for some ungodly reason, every shortcut was different. Even the mouse clicks was inverted. I don't know why. And this is not helping productivity. So, while every other 3D software was using the standard commands, even the standard clicks, Blender wasn't. What makes no freaking sense. I'm pretty sure that people tried Blender. The companies tried to use Blender. But in the end, they decided to get something else because it was not helping people to produce faster. So my 4D, 4D Cinema 4D. I had this software at one point, but I never actually used it because Maya was better for character creation and animation. Even 3ds Max was better. Even if 3D Max was actually created for architecture, it was better. Was more intuitive than use Blender. Blender changed with time, but still not exactly the best. But advantage is like it's free, so there's a huge advantage. But that's basically it. The heck is this? What?
Pyramids were built with sound.
Yo, you know what? I'm totally with it. The pyramids were built with a didgeridoo. Firstly, this is really cool. This dude's moving a rock with sound. Looks like he's living his best life. The thing he's moving weighs like 4 ounces. We're trying to build this. These blocks can weigh up to 15 tons. That's a lot of fucking didgeridoos. I'm not saying it's impossible. Clearly, if you had something big enough, you could move one of these blocks with sound. And that's the problem, because you need something so goddamn big to make the sound to move these, that moving the thing that makes the sound would then become the problem. Using a fucking 2-pound didgeridoo to, you know, move a 3-ounce rock is not a very good exchange rate when you're trying to move a 15-ton piece of limestone. You have to get them all precisely lined up like that. Can you didgeridoo that a little to the left? I don't know how people think things like this are somehow more plausible than, you know, them using ropes and sticks to do it. Because personally, I think it'd be a lot easier to do something like this than to make a 10-story didgeridoo.
Pyramids were built.
Okay, I know that sound and vibration are something that we don't really understand or even study properly, but it is a huge potential on that. They just don't understand. But build the pyramids? I don't think so. Primal Rage. Oh my god, this game was so bad. I remember playing it. I remember when this thing came out on arcades. Nobody understood how this shit works. Because to use the ability, I think you need to hold the buttons instead just move the joystick and press like we are how we use it with, let's say, Street Fighter. This was horrible, really horrible. Well, there were many horrible arcade games back then, like Mad Dog McCree and shit like that. But Nintendo. Nintendo is another problem. They do make games that are less woke. In fact, many of their games are woke free. They do invest in the games instead of investing other shit that doesn't matter to the company. But they, how can I say? Right now, they are one of the most hated companies in the world because first, what they did with Power Word, they are suing Power Word for some really stupid reason. Basically, they have a patent on the game mechanics. The game mechanics, I mean, throw something at a creature and capture it. That's basically it. Well, it's more complicated, but it's basically it. And the other one is attack the emulators. So yeah, basically the emulators not that much, but Attack Power make they got some really bad reputation, I would say.
As you guys know, the new warband is here, and we got the sterilizer, and it might be the best weapon for crowd control, due to his ability to blind enemies. To be honest, at first I did not like it because I did not know how to use it. You see, because of his visuals, I thought he had a small range at first, and because of that I was using it too close to the enemies, which resulted in me getting overrun. But apparently it have a long range, thankfully. And I'm not sure about this, but it
Yeah,
does
holy
feel
shit,
like
that's
he
a
has
pretty
more
long
range
range.
than the flamethrower. The open is really good at eliminating light enemies, because a small dose of the gas is enough to blind them and finish them off. And one thing you need to know, you should not use the sterilizer the same way you use the flamethrower,
Wait, that enemy just
especially against heavy
kill
enemies,
itself by
because the best
hitting
thing
the
you
head
can do
on a
is
rock?
blind them with the gas and go for their weak spots. And I recommend to bring a guard dog with you, because you will need the extra damage.
I haven't
But
played
don't
this
know if
game
you use
yet.
the sterilizer
I'm
or
kind
no.
of curious.
As you guys know, the new warband is is here, and we got the sterilizer, and it might be the best weapon for crowd
Not
control. due to
because
its ability
I
to
think
blind
it's
enemies.
bad. I think it's
To be honest,
just
at first I did
too
not
much
like it because
chaotic. They're gonna take me quite a while to get used to it. The heck is this? I don't know. Is there anything actually worth watching? Wait, I remember this dinosaur thing. What is this?
Okay, I hope you're sitting down, folks, because we lost a good one today. This video is about Jocat. If you've been around D&D YouTube for even a tiny
Oh,
amount of
yeah,
time,
yeah,
you know
yeah.
this guy. He's the creator of the Crap Guide to D&D series and other things, but the Crap Guide is how I found his channel. This is a dude with over 1 million subscribers. He is massive, and he's just released a statement about why he's quitting. And I'm trying to sound chirpy and present well, but honestly, it's a pretty sad story. It's also an interesting jumping off point for discussion, but we're going to start by reading his announcement.
Yeah, he quit, or he had reasons to quit. He didn't had to, but well, it's his decision, so we have to respect.
Yo, yo, yo! How you doing?
A few moments later. A few moments later. A few moments later.
Yeah, I feel your pain. I'm also not good at this game.
A few moments later.
Meow. Nice. Now I can get hard. Yo, yo, yo!
Yeah, Souls-like games are not exactly my thing, so. There's plenty of VTubers. Okay, Shy Lily. She's just adorable.
I was cooking yesterday, right? I was cooking. Wait. So, you know how usually when you move your model around, it's like this, you know? Still looks good, but it's like... You know, I've been cooking yesterday, so I'm a little nervous to show this. Now, I'm not so practiced at it yet. It takes quite some puppeteering skills, you know? I realized that, I can move. I could technically move my head independent from my body without moving the body, right? Barely. The shoulders are still, but like, you see how no matter what I do, the body is still? Because there's other ways to move the body, right? There's other ways, so I don't have to move my head to move the rest of my body. Right? I swear, I've been cooking. Now, I'm not that good at puppeteering this yet. It's pretty tough, but I realized that with the right motion of puppeteering this, you can make some pretty Interesting movement. I realized that this in particular. Give me a second. I need
It's
to
actually
read this in a
quite
lot 'cause
impressive
it's
for a
copyrighted
2G model.
obviously. The Anka dance.
Yeah, no wonder these models cost about like $8,000.
And I have full control over it. You know, I can be slow. We can do it on every beat. Like, it looks so good. I have to practice it a bit more though. The movement is, oh god, some good food. 02 dance? What's that one? Wait. Oh. Oh. Well, I don't have my arms toggled. I just like spending time with it. I like to cook. I like the tracking too, but like it needs practice. Yeah, it's not easy. It's very different from how you usually control your model, which is with just your head.
Yeah,
What?
it's pretty clear that she trains a lot with her model.
Maybe I can find
She's
better
very,
ways.
very expressive.
Now you're just flexing. What do you mean? Very difficult to make the model move generic with this tracking method. I'm pretty sure with enough training you can puppet master it all. Yeah, it looks almost 3D. If I can master just chatting like this, I'm so much more impressive because like expressive is the word, right? Impressive? Expressive, right?
Pierre, it's time to get to work now.
Boing. It's so cute. Yeah, expressive. You can do so much more with this tracking, but mastering it is hard. It's very bouncy though. Boing, boing. Woo, woo, woo.
Yep. Her model is like a Ferrari, while mine is just like a bicycle with both tires flat. Oh my god, why people keep talking about Hollywood? Hollywood is dead. Okay.
Hey, if you saw this coming, please raise your hand. That's right. Everybody saw
I think I know. Yeah, that's it. Stellar Blade and Black Meat Wukong snubbed by Access Media. They are not nominated to anything for Game of the Year. Basically because they are not woke games. And Wukong is still have the problem that it's a Chinese game. So people are not kind of happy with that. Even if both games are really good. Like Black Meat Wukong is really amazing. And well, Stellar Blade proved to be a pretty good game too. Still, they are not listed for anything important. I think Wukong was listed for best soundtrack. Stellar Blade was completely ignored. It was not even in any list, I think. Even if Stellar Blade soundtrack is freaking amazing. Yeah, that's, oh my god. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit.
This coming. That's right. Hey, everybody, I'm Craig. Welcome to the Side Scrollers Podcast channel. We are back tomorrow live, and I can't wait to see you guys at 11 a.m. Central Time. So if you're new, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. Join the 101,000 normal men who have found common sense in the video game and entertainment space. Okay, so let's talk about this. We all, like I said, we all saw this coming, but now that it's here, it's a stark reminder of what they think you are, right? So, and I'm talking about the Golden Joysticks Awards, specifically what they didn't nominate for Game of the Year. Let's go over to X for this one right here. Going to Pirate Nation. Black Myth Wukong not nominated for Game of the Year by the Golden Joystick Awards. Now, once again, everybody saw this coming in the worst way possible. You may be asking yourself, hey, man, who exactly is the Golden Joystick Awards? Well, I'm glad you asked, normal man, because here it is. The Golden Joysticks judging panel meets to compile our short list of nominees. The judges consist of editors and contributors for our sister brands. Now, this is from GamesRadar.com that include PC Gamer, FGS, Edge Magazine, Retro Gamer, Games Radar, and a variety of quote-unquote industry experts.
Yeah, expert. I can imagine this expert.
The whole industry expert thing. You know who the experts are? You. You're the expert. You're the customer. You're the ones who spend the money to play these games. You're not giving them for free. I mean, you may get a Steam code every once in a while. That'd be sweet. But at the end of the day, you're the one paying for it. So you're the one who should be voting on all this. And I'll tell you, like I said, people saw this coming. And Demion over on X, he posted this as Black Myth Wukong ignored by the Golden Joysticks Award. I told you, it's Hogwarts Legacy all over again. We saw this last year with the Game Awards and the other various industry access media awards. These awards that are voted on by quote-unquote video game journalists, right? It says, if you don't pander to the echo chamber, you're thrown out and ignored like you never existed in the first place. That's right, Black Myth Wukong. It's insane that this is not at least nominated for Game of the Year. Look, at the end of the day, that's the biggest thing. Is it should at least be nominated for the whole thing. Rhino the Bouncer over on X says, thoughts. This is, I think, really, really important. So listen to this. I know Game Award events are meant to represent critics' choices, not player votes. This is the problem here. Game Awards should not represent the critics. They should represent the player.
Exactly.
They should represent you. And you guys know where I'm going with this, but we'll get to that in just a little bit. But when games that made significant commercial buzz or overwhelming love for players, this should be taken into consideration when voting for games as a critic. I agree. If critics are going to be voting on this thing, they should take the customer into account. Black Myth Wukong was developed by a Chinese studio that never made a console game with a budget of $70 million and sold 10 million copies in 3 days.
Okay. $70 million. That's already a lot of money, but it's not even close to Skull and Bones. Not even close to, oh my God, to Concord. Not even close to Assassin's Creed Shadows. Not even close to the Star Wars game. And still is a way better game than all of this bullshit combined. I agree with what the director of the, oh my God, what's the name again? I forgot. The Space Marines to make less expensive games and make them fun, make them good. Instead, invest hundreds of millions and only make shit. What the heck is this noise? Sounds like an engine, but not really. Oh, must be my neighbor using the washing machine that is a super noisy old machine, I guess. Okay, anyway.
20 million copies in a month with $1 billion in revenue. Putting alongside the gaming's biggest hits like Zelda, God of War, Spider-Man.
Ever made a console game? Budget of 70 million, sold 10 million copies in 3 days. 20 millions in a month. With 1 billion in revenue. Alongside gaming's biggest hits like Zelda, God of War, Spider-Man, and others. Yeah, this is what the companies nowadays forgot. You don't need a huge, ridiculously huge budget to make a good game. Oh yeah, Stellar Blade is Korean, South Korean. That's another reason. And the protagonist and pretty much every other character in the game, because they looks pretty. That's unacceptable.
And Elden Ring. And the fact that this has not been nominated by Access Media is insane. Stellar Blade was developed by a South Korean studio. Also, their first game on console and achieved good success and rated 9.2 by the users, aka customers, which is as high as many industry icons like Grand Theft Auto 5, The Last of Us, God of War, and it had an ambitious future ahead. It has big future. 1,000%. Grums over here, he's been leading this charge along the way. They snubbed them all. Virtue over logic. Bitterness reigns in the Western gaming industry. 1,000%. Once again, let's take a look at Black Myth Wukong here. How did it do? The Metacritic score, 81%. User score, the customer score, 8.3. All right, 8.3 out of 10. That is really good. Yes, of course it's going to get downvoted because some people are jerks, right? You see this all the time. Well, what about Stellar Blade for the PlayStation 5? An exclusive, baby. Let's go. 81. Critic score, 9.2 along the way. This is the problem. Didn't even get a shot at any sort of award for Game of the Year. Not even an opportunity, and that's the problem. And I want you to look, yes, I'm absolutely going to use this as an opportunity to talk about the Real Game Awards, because this is exactly why the Real Game Awards exist in the first place, because there needs to be an alternative for it. As pointed out by the Mad Shogun over on X, he says, this is why I'll watch the Real Game Awards instead, produced by an actual gamer, me, correct, rather than a urinal scripting hack, Jeff Keighley. Now look, Jeff Keighley, I've said this before, Jeff has gone out of his way. He's risked his money to produce that show, right? Awesome, do it. But the corporatization of the Game Awards is what is also its biggest downfall, right? It strives to be the Oscars. It strives to be these things. Why? Why do we need that? We don't need black ties in gaming. Gamers don't wear black ties. They wear jeans and shirts and hats and sometimes even Crocs. Savvy, Jeremy, I'm looking at you guys. But
that's savage.
We don't need
Crocs.
all the happenstance. Yes, it's nice to get a nice stage and wonderful spotlight and a dancing number here and there, but I don't want to be the Oscars. I don't want the Real Game Awards to be the Oscars, because that's not who the gaming audience is. That is not who you are right here. So
yeah, about that. That's like the dev streams for Genshin Impact. Why build that huge scenarios so elaborated just for not even 10 minutes of stream? They're not even live. those things are fucking expensive, especially some that I saw. Why don't you use this thing to actually be in the game? Because Genshin Impact is fucking dying. There's no fucking updates. Everything is so fucking slow in the game, and all the money, the millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars they get, they create new games. They're basically the same shit.
With that said, look, if you're tired of this nonsense, today, literally today, we opened up nominations for the Real Game Awards Game of the Year. Now, it's for all voting members. If you're a voting member, it's $30 a year. People go, why does it need to be $30 a year? It's a big grift. No, it's $30 a year because we don't want any sponsorships associated with it. The only sponsor is you. It's you. There's no $250,000 to buy a 30-second trailer on our show. The only funding comes from you. This year, it's going to be
Well, I guess I can't vote them. But I understand, like, it's a independent project. So I'm not complaining about that. And if it's going to be actually fair, then go for it.
a digital event, and next year we're going to do a big event. Like I said, I don't care if it's at a Buffalo Wild Wings or if it's at an Embassy Suites or if it's at a Reunion Arena in downtown Dallas, which doesn't even exist anymore, but some sort of major stadium. Whatever. We're gonna do it next year, but we want to get it off the ground this first year and at least create an alternative. If we want to make change, we have to take action, and that's what the Real Game Awards is. So if you wouldn't mind, head over to therealgameawards.com. You guys can become a membership up here, become a member up here. All you gotta do is click it. Or if you already are a member, go to updates at the top of the page up here. Click that, and you'll see all the latest updates, including today's Game of the Year nominee. Now, all throughout the month of the month of October, we're gonna have a new category available for you guys to nominate. Because once again, we're just about putting it down. You guys control everything about this, including the different categories that we have. So today, it's all about nominating for the 2024 Game of the Year. If you guys want Stellar Blade there, if you want Black Myth Wukong there, if you want Concord there, all you got to do is go down, put it in the comments.
I was about to say heck yeah, but then say Concord for heck no.
In December. So with that said, I'm excited for you guys. This is why this exists. There needs to be alternative. We need to take action. Appreciate you guys popping in. We're gonna be back live tomorrow. We got a huge guest list at 11 a.m. Central Time. I hope
for a nomination about games, it should be
by joining the 101,000 normal
basically under the control of the gamers, because companies and journalists are fucking assholes. The heck is this?
As if we didn't already know that Ubisoft is an absolute dumpster fire, then we're gifted this information. What's going on, everybody? Hi, I'm Craig. Welcome to the Side Scrollers podcast channel. If you're new, make sure you hop in and join the 101,000 normal men who love common sense in the video game and entertainment space. Okay, so first and foremost, big ups to Endymion. If you don't know Endymion, make sure you go subscribe to his channel. I'll make sure to put a link down in the description down below, because people have been leaking all sorts of amazing information. This is not just people, but Ubisoft employees. In this case today, a single Ubisoft employee has come forward and delivered just a mound of absolute gold, right? And by gold, I mean shit. That has just been lapped in all of our laps or faces or whatever. Either way, the point is that things are not going very well at Ubisoft right now. So we're going to watch about a few minutes of this video. I encourage you to watch the full 22 minutes and 37 seconds of this thing. Once again, I'll put a link to it down below. But I'm going to say this right now. This is insane. We're going to watch this video, and you let me know what you think about this down in the comments. This is nuts. Now, this starts with one employee who has come forward who's pretty much pissed off at the whole situation at Ubisoft. And we've covered Ubisoft multiple times today. I encourage you to go watch those videos as well. But he comes forward with the idea of the insane division and groups that are inside of Ubisoft as a company. Check this out.
Let's move on because I got some more stuff for you. First, in terms of Ubisoft.
Let's slow this down. I usually watch things in like super fast speed, but I want to slow it down for you guys. So you guys.
Bro, how the fuck do you watch videos like this? Oh my god, I can't. I just can't.
Can totally hear everything that's being done here.
I had a really angry employee reach out to me that ranted a bunch of stuff which was really entertaining to read. They were telling me that the inside of Ubisoft right now is hell, and there's a lot of disorganized chaos going on behind the scenes. I was also given screenshots of internal groups they have at Ubisoft which are ridiculous, but they're sadly real.
Okay, real quick. The idea of it being chaos inside Ubisoft. Yes, it reminds me of that meme of the guy who's walking by and is like, everything is going according to plan. Leslie Nielsen, right? From the movie Naked Gun. And he's like, everything's going according to plan. That is Ubisoft right now. Everything is perfect. Or it's the dog. This is fine, right? That is Ubisoft right now. Everything's perfect. And I did another video earlier today talking about one of the guys who works at Ubisoft who's like, everything's so toxic. Just make some fucking good games. All right, let's continue. So these groups inside Ubisoft.
I will share these screenshots on Twitter once this video goes live, by the way, so people can have copies of it. I was also told to black out the names of employees on these documents. As for sharing the unedited versions of these screenshots, I guess we'll see. I don't know. I might share those, but for this video, they will be blacked out because I think that's a good, safer way of doing this, especially on YouTube. And
that's the right way to go, by the way. That's totally the right way to go. And he has included these. He actually has all these screenshots over here that we're going to dig into a little bit deeper. These are all the groups that are inside Ubisoft, or at least some of the groups that you look at and you're like, why do these exist? I don't even understand what's happening. But he has received a lot of hate for coming forward after, once again, he's not people are going to him and telling him these things about the state of their company, the state of Ubisoft. And people hate Endymion because of that. Don't hate Endymion for telling you what they told him. Hate Ubisoft for putting those people in that situation that they want to tell Endymion about this stuff. But still, anyways, yeah, he's getting hate.
Anyone claims I'm somehow lying or made up these screenshots I'm about to show, consider the fact that I would have to somehow first break into Ubisoft's internal servers, mask myself as an Ubisoft employee, which requires verification that I obviously do not have because I do not work at Ubisoft. And the likelihood that I could somehow perfectly replicate entire group design documents that look exactly like Ubisoft's does from their employees would actually be very impressive. I wish I could be that good at Photoshop, but alas, I'm not. So before anyone claims these are not real or something, please look at these first, and again, I'll be sharing them via Twitter unless Ubisoft DMCAs me or something, I guess.
I'm going to tell you this right now. There will 100% be people who are like, that's not real, that's fake. Everything he said is totally fair and accurate, right? The idea that even if he wanted to go in and recreate this, like, come on, how much, like, do you think that he's gaining that much from talking about all this stuff? Really? Really? Come on.
Anyway, so it turns out Ubisoft has these employee-led groups within their company that other employees can access via their internal websites behind a corpo VPN. For example, here we have an internal group specified to bring together all women and non-binary devs at Ubisoft so they can mingle amongst themselves, I guess, and create their own little echo chamber within the company. Some of these other groups are wild. There's another one that's specified again for the women and non-binary devs, and it even says in their description, this group welcomes everyone who identifies as a woman or non-binary interested in a safe sharing space and or wants to change Ubisoft Paris Studios culture. I should probably also note that
Oh my god, this is...
I'm sorry. You hear that and you just gotta laugh. By the way, and I think he points this out, the idea that they're literally going in and creating something to change the culture inside of something that was wildly successful. Ubisoft was wildly successful for decades. And they want to change everything because these are the most narcissistic people in the world.
No.
It's all about
No. latch on something that already have roots established and is thriving. It's not being narcissist. It's being a fucking parasite.
Them. Me, not you, or us. Look at me, praise me. I'm the narcissist now. Let's continue.
Some of this was Google translated from French to English, so if it looks a bit off, now you know. Because the person I was talking to, they were a fluent French speaker, but they could also thankfully speak English pretty well too. As you can see, these groups exist within Ubisoft, and they are designed, as I stated, to change the company culture from the inside out based on the demands of these groups. I really don't know why you would ever consider doing this to be a good idea for your company, because what you're essentially doing is creating smaller echo chambers within your company that, like I showed you, have demands for the company to enforce in the future. So what would happen if you didn't enforce these rules? Could these groups technically sue you for not listening to their demands?
Let me tell you why this stuff happens. And this goes back to the idea of the toxic positivity. Because leadership are such pussies that they can't say no. No, you cannot have this type of group. No, HR, you can't do that. No. It's okay to say no. I know you want to be everybody's best friends, but you're not their best friends. You're their boss. Your job is to make the company as big and as profitable as you possibly can. Not to worry about somebody's fees, my feelings. No, say no. Stop saying yes. This all.
That is totally true. I don't know why they are accepting this. This is ruining the whole entertainment industry. Not only video games, TV, cinema, everything. I don't know about music because, to be honest, I haven't following anything. I just listen to old songs, so it doesn't matter to me, but probably.
All ends very quickly.
Ubisoft has, according to the source that shared this information with me, they are reeling in problems for years at this point. This employee told me that they're only working at Ubisoft in order to pay their bills and then they will leave the moment that they can. They have also told me that Ubisoft has been hiring diversity hires for roles as big as project managers. I'm told that some of these project managers can barely speak English very well, and they also don't speak French either at all or even at a basic level, which why would
Oh my god. Okay, so Ubisoft is a French company, right? At least the leadership is French. So do they need translators for that? Why even hire these people? It's like this localizers for Japanese animation translations. Like, no, I'm sorry, they do not translate, apparently, because as far I know, at least the interviews and shit, none of these people have any clue about how Japanese language work. So how do you hire a translator that don't speaks the language they need to work with? Like James Rolfe says, what they are thinking? That's fucking stupid. Why you hire someone who can do the job? Communication is a key factor in a company. You need to communicate with the team. You need to communicate with your superiors. You need to communicate with everybody. Why these people are even hired? Oh my God, that's unbelievable.
Ubisoft hires such people as project managers if they can't even properly communicate with the teams under them? It's DEI, of course, it always is, but if these people are located in places like Montreal, the language is pretty much like French, and these project managers don't speak it. Oh my God, let's just keep going.
That's such a, I mean, such a common sense point, right? And I would love to see who these project managers are on top of, you know, who is
And they
the
hire.
and why did they choose them? Right?
For
Why did they decide on this person who doesn't speak the
not
language of the people that they're
as
communicating
workforce.
with?
They are like
I would love to
higher in the hierarchy. Like, why we even do
I guess
that?
they want to get someone who ticks boxes in these positions to make it seem better than it actually is. There's also specific group initiatives at Ubisoft, for example, to uplift and enforce black voices within the company. This group is called BO, or Black Employees at Ubisoft. Their mission statement, which reads in the internal group document that I was sent, the...
Oh, you missed an edit right there. Devion, missed an edit. You gotta cut that one out. That's okay.
The mission of Black Employees at Ubisoft, or BO, is to foster community, improve cultural awareness and competency, and champion the advancement of Black employees at Ubisoft to create a more diverse and inclusive workplace. So it's a group that welcomes only Black devs to their group, creating yet another echo chamber amidst all the other ones. But this one specifically wants to push for Black devs to get senior roles because they're Black, I guess.
Which goes back to the idea of having a group that is women and non-binary at Ubisoft, who wants to push women and non-binary to have leadership roles at Ubisoft. Then you have the group that is over here, that is, you know, your BO group and your French queer bureau, who wants to push people to be French and queer in leadership roles. Then you have the Ubisoft Neurodivergency Initiative, who are pushing people who are neurodivergent.
What the fuck neurodiversity means?
Own little bubbles to become in leadership positions, which ultimately will lead to chaos in the state of a company that has fallen.
No. What neurodiversity means? It's like give equal chances to people with wrinkle and smooth brains.
Off a cliff. Let's go continue with this video here, because he's going to bring up some great points.
This does seem to be a huge problem according to my source that shared this with me, because it's creating chaos as in who gets promoted for whichever role. And as you can probably imagine, if an opening for a project manager happens, you'll have each of these virtue signaling groups sending their people for the new job role. Then you, as the person, I guess, who decides who gets the role, has to now decide which applicant amongst those that were sent by these echo chamber groups gets the position. And
Chaos. Absolute chaos.
Yeah, they are feeding the monster.
Immediately, like, there's no win. There's zero winning in this situation because you created these little echo chambers within your company. Wow.
And then I can only imagine, if this happens, that if you don't give a role to a certain group, you might get canceled and labeled as racist for choosing another group. I think we can all see how poorly this can all go. It's a Molotov cocktail of really bad decisions.
Question. Labeled by who? Because there was a time when companies hire people with talent, you are hired because you are good at your job. Not because of your beliefs, of your skin color, or anything like that. There was many women working. There was people with different nationalities, different descendants. And there was a time when the companies was actually doing well.
And it proves how pandering can only make you more problems in the future. There's also groups like the French Queer Bureau, which says it exists to bring everyone who falls under that umbrella term together. They also use...
What the fuck does that mean? What does that even mean? Everyone who falls under that umbrella term, bring them together. Here's a closer look at it right here. The French Queer Bureau regroup Ubisoft co-workers in France who want to discuss and share their LGBTQ subjects. About what kind of subjects are you talking about? Like, where do you put your privates? What does that even mean? Hey, you know, I put my vagina over here. Put my penis over it. Like, what are we doing here? What is happening? Oh my gosh. Let's go back to this.
The term LGBTQIP2SAA to recognize who's allowed in this group.
What the fuck
I'm
is
gonna
this?
be honest with you, fellas. I have zero idea what that collection of letters means past the first Q. What does the other Q stand for? Why is there two A's and the number 2? Screw it. I'm gonna Google it. What does this even mean? Apparently, it's a combination of terms that collects everyone who is under the queer umbrella into a single group. I just feel like there's a better term out there to quantify this than that word salad, but okay, there you go. We all learned something today, I guess.
Sorry, Endymion. You can't think like that. You're racist. No, sorry. You're sex. No, you're homophobic. You know, this is actually really, this is a funny idea. It would be so funny to go to like Ubisoft or go to maybe this group, right? And ask what each one of these letters means. What do you think? 3%?
Every time I see this umbrella group name, it only makes more difficult to pronounce. First was LGB, then LGBTQ. No, LGBT, then LGBTQ, now LGBTQQIP2SA. What the fuck? It looks like a serial number.
Percent, 5% of the people that are in this group could actually tell you what every single one of these letters means. And that'd be interesting.
There's also a neurodivergent group within Ubisoft as well.
Sorry, we pointed this out. We talked about this on our live show with Side Scrollers.
What
returning on Monday,
that
11 a.m.
fuck
time. Hopefully you guys are there.
means?
Neurodivergent isn't actually a medical term. Like, it's not an actual medical term. It's just something that somebody made up along the way and it's just caught on. It's crazy.
And I will also want to say that the more I'm shown, the more I'm just kind of face palming. You see, this is what happens when you cater to people like this so willingly. You end up creating liability concerns within your own company by allowing all of these different groups to exist. If one person from the Bow or Black Ubisoft group gets a microaggression from the word salad people, then the employee HR heads of these other groups now need to discuss the problem and then come to a resolution. And then what are you supposed to do? Because if you fire the black dev, you're racist, but if you fire the gay dev, you're a bigot.
Or, going back to what he said before, if you don't hire this group, then you're X. Or if you don't hire from this group, then you're X, right? If you don't promote from within. Man, what a house of cards. This giant house of cards is just a mess.
I'm not saying don't allow people to have voices within their workplaces, but there has to come a point where these things go far beyond the realms of what should be acceptable. and you just end up pandering to adult children who will cry and likely file lawsuits against you as a company if their demands aren't met all of the time.
Man, did he nail it right there. The idea of
Oh my
you are
God.
pandering to adult children. That's it. These are not grown-ups. These are adult children. And there's a big difference between the two. I mean, how insane does this need to be? You know, he released these over on X. Once again, I want to show these to you one more time. The idea of these individual groups that were screenshots. There's a 0% chance that he went in and created this himself. And I guarantee that if somebody really wanted to, they could go in and probably find who these people are based solely off their titles. I mean, Senior Director of Sales, Planning, and Operations. I guarantee I could do a quick search right now and find that person over on LinkedIn. This is insanity. And this is such a great example of what
Oh my God.
I said this before, House of Cards is just going to crumble down on each other to the tune of, once again, having to sell your company, having to go out at the lowest possible evaluation because you pandered to these people that ruined your games, ruined your company, and ruined your bottom line. It's everything you need to know. It's insane. I encourage you to go watch all of Endemion's video, all 22 minutes and 37 seconds of it. If you're an insider, don't come to me. Go to Endemion. He's doing some great work over there. He's put in a ton of effort. With that said, hit the subscribe button. Come join us. It's right there. Go watch another video right here. You got more videos coming your way over the weekend. And once again, we're back live Monday at 11 a.m. Central Time. I want to see you there when we're live for Side Scrollers. See you guys then. Bye-bye.
What point we got? Oh my God. No wonder the companies are going bankrupt. Hey, they don't listen. To be honest, if they have something that forces them to do what they're doing, just speak out. Blizzard, I don't really care about Blizzard. Never was a big fan of them. I like the Warcraft games, like Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3. I think was the last game I actually played from them. Other than that, no, I haven't played anything. I never got into World of Warcraft because I just can't stand the art style. I think it's way too weird. Also, World of Warcraft had subscription, so no thank you. Dustborn is another can of worm. Oh my God. Okay, let's see this. I haven't watched it.
And if you go to their website, what is one of the videos they have are if you go to their YouTube channel, you would find a video about Cat Park, a noir adventure to inoculate players against disinformation. And we were talking with Arch about this yesterday on the show about how, you know, he's from Norway and he's
okay, porque oh my God. Dustborn. I saw people discussing about, and basically it's a game with full diversity. There's propaganda, explicitly propaganda, And the message is basically men are evil, cops are evil, and they are basically they only hope to fix the world. Because I saw one, I think was the model used for the main protagonist in Ghost of Yote. She posted a lot of stupid messages on Twitter and whatever else social media she uses. I don't know. I don't follow any of this crap. And one of the stupid messages she posted is, down with the police. We must get rid of the police. Like, does she even realize what's gonna happen if there is no longer police? There's no police on the streets. Who she gonna call when she get mugged? When she get kidnapped? When she get raped? When she... Because if no police, there's no one to hold the criminals, right? So when something bad happens, who's she gonna call? Wonder Woman? Oh my god, that's so stupid. It actually hurts my brain.
He's like, you'd be surprised how easy it is to get a government grant for these projects. And he's like, you should look into it. I was like, I should go get a grant for side scrollers, small business grant. They're just handing out money, right? So I went to the US.
Okay, give me one moment. Let me fix something. I just realized that I have something that is not active. Okay, it's running now. So let's continue.
US grant website and actually just searched video games. And I found this yesterday, and I can't believe the domino that this has created along the way. This was a post from that was on the government website. It says, I said, everyone is laughing at Norway and the EU for funding Dustborn, but a quick search shows the US also provided $275,000 of funding for a new counter disinformation game here. And if you look at the timing on this, this was in 2021 at the height of COVID and everything that's going on here. And the idea was that they wanted to counter disinformation along the way. Now, several outlets have actually done some real quality journalism, and they found actually the game that this spawned. Have you guys heard about this?
I'm not surprised at all. We know that the government funded social media influencers,
Yeah.
I'm not surprised at all. It's so disturbing.
Yeah. It is disturbing. It absolutely is disturbing. And
so the money from everybody's in the country, taxes, was used to help these idiots. There's really something else going on. There's a bigger picture.
And this is a game that was released, a game called Cat Park. Cat Park is the name of the game. And they are a, well, I just want to pull up the game itself, as I think it's important to showcase this game. This is a browser-based video game. and you can kind of see what's happening here. Obviously designed for mobile phones, and we'll kind of get into the itself. So it says, "Welcome to Cat Park. This game is best experienced with audio enabled." We'll turn it off for now. So the good news is that you've got a brand new apartment, and the bad news is that you are from out of town and you have no friends. Okay, so it's like a kind of a, it's meant to take you on a journey along the way. I have a brief rundown here from Moby Games here. This is released in October 2022. So they got the
Holy shit,
$275,000.
Moby Games.
It was done
I completely
through
forgot this
Tilt
thing existed.
Studios, and it was meant to be on the browser and iPhone along the way. But this game is meant to counter misinformation and disinformation. The reason it's called Cat Park is that you have this cat park, and they're putting various things around. I was watching a video from John Trent from that park place, and he gave a really good summary of it. You have this cat park, and the government is misappropriating funds, and you don't like it. And the message is that the idea is that you read things online, and it's seen as misinformation against the government. And so, so that's the whole idea, is that this is meant to educate you to recognize misinformation against government messaging. That's the whole premise of the game itself. As you raise your eyebrow there, Logan.
That sounds a little 1940s Germany-ish.
To say the least.
Yeah, or any like totalitarian government. Like, I mean, even when I'm not exactly sure what happened with the tomatoes in the Dustborn game, but it reminded me of my great uncle who in Cuba was thrown into jail because he gave some bananas to a neighbor.
What?
Because those bananas that grew in his yard didn't belong to him, they belonged to the government. And I grew up asking my mom all the time, like, how did all this happen? Cuba was not a third world country, and it just happened. It almost happened overnight. People would turn on each other, and there's all this propaganda. And so I do have like a huge reaction to this kind of stuff because my family's been through it. It's happened time and time again in our history. And I'm getting so tired of like trying to sound the warning bell and shake so many people who are just living in denial that like this is the path that we're on. And yeah, it's really frustrating, but I'm not gonna stop because it's too important.
Good.
Well, I have some more information about Cat Park. And once again, this is the money that was spent. The $275,000 was to developing this game.
Bullshit.
And this is from the Tilt Studio website. So this is them speaking about their own game. It says, in Cat Park, your city is building a park just for cats. Your goal is, of course, to stop that from happening, because who would want a park just for cats? Using disinformation tactics like emotional language and polarization, you turn the public against the park. So there you go. I was a little messed up on the original story of it.
Oh my god, that's exactly like this bar. I hear that in this barn you can use the internet to turn people against anyone who goes against your goals, even if the person is actually innocent and right. That's exactly like that. How these things are even allowed? What this guy said is true. Germany, 1940s. All this stupid propaganda. Oh my fucking god.
It. Sorry, that was misinformation. Hopefully the government doesn't come knocking on my door.
But isn't that something that cat ladies want?
We need more cat parks. So the background, Cat Park is based on active inoculation theory, pioneered by the University of Cambridge Social Decision Making Lab. Much as vaccinations work by exposing subjects to an inoculation strain of a virus in order to trigger an immune response, empirical studies indicate the controlled experience of disinformation through a game can build cognitive dissonance to disinformation in the real world. This concept is also known as pre-bunking, rather than simply waiting for lies to spread and then debunking them with a fact check. The goal of Cat Park is to proactively educate about common disinformation techniques so that players are better prepared to spot fake news no matter what form it takes.
In
And
other
as-
words, brainwashing. That's what it. That's what they're saying. That's a fancy way to say they're brainwashing. Go ahead.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, you are correct. 1000%.
Oh my God.
And it's so sad because it's aimed towards young people who don't know, you know, children or young, you know, mostly young people. And it's so
That's gonna-
insidious.
That's
They're indoctrinating people. They're brainwashing people. That's fucking stupid. I hear that in this born you can also do that. You can even drug people, torture people. And I believe there will be more. How is this allowed? I have no fucking clue.
that's going to hit young ladies, especially because, sorry, cats, that's what it's directed to, and that is just horrible, especially at such a young age.
So here's the gameplay. Over the course of the game, the player will travel throughout the city and meet an eclectic cast of characters united in the aim of bringing down the cat park. The players will go through different mini games that expose the player to various ways disinformation can be created and spread on social media. After the player unleashes their disinformation, they also learn about counter disinformation techniques and the benefits and limitations of different approaches. The game is designed to be completed in roughly 15 to 20 minutes. So 15 to 20 minutes to brainwash your kids, y'all. This is the U.S. government doing this now. Straight up propaganda.
Shocker, said no one ever.
Yeah. Oh, while these games are available to any interested players, they are recommended for use in classroom settings.
Say what?
Classroom?
Framed by basic context on information literacy, a sample lesson plan is available.
You know, like the thing about this whole freedom of speech, disinformation stuff, it's what's really evil about it is we need to a place to be able to discuss. That is how our brains learn. Like you literally have to have a place of discourse to be able to gain knowledge, you know? And so when people, and I really reacted to a tweet earlier today from a journalist who used the word misinformation. I think it was either misinformation or disinformation, because that's like become a trigger word for me now. I feel like as soon as I hear that word, I like know two things. Either one, you are extremely misinformed because so much of this disinformation or misinformation has been proven to be correct, you know, over the last couple of years. So you're just really uninformed, or you are informed, you know what you're saying is a lie, and you are actively pushing people to, you know, you're calling truth a lie, which I think is pretty much like the worst thing you can do, like as a human being, because people need to be able to seek truth. They need to be able to expand their knowledge. They need to be able to talk about this with other people. Even if something isn't right, you should be able to discuss it. Having like this whole like, oh no, don't even discuss it, it's disinformation, don't even have a discourse about it, is so dangerous. And like it's dangerous for society, but it's also just dangerous for our brains. We're teaching children to not think critically.
Well,
Let the government think for you. Yeah, that'll go well.
The government hates the truth, because if you know the truth, you're not going to believe the government. You're not going to fall in line and just do what these people tell you to do.
There's more layers to this. Do you want to keep going?
No.
Because these are very basic Google searches that I'm doing right now. This is not a whole lot of heavy lifting when it comes to these games. But this so this game Cat Park was designed, and I got this information from the website, the Tilt Studio website. Okay, on the bottom of it, it talks about the game itself and the person that did the illustrations for it. Okay, and it says this game was developed in collaboration with the U.S. Department of State's Global Engagement Center and the University of Cambridge. Gusmanson designed and developed the game, and the illustrations were done by Felicity Kiesling. Okay, so who is Felicity Kiesling? Well, quick search about this. This is Felicity Kiesling here, a 2D illustrator and painting, right? But if you look a little bit deeper on a search on DuckDuckGo or Google or whatever, you would find that she is linked to Games for Change. Are you familiar with Games for Change at all? Anyone ever heard of this before? You are.
I've heard of them, yeah.
Okay. So founded in 2004, Games for Change is a 501c3 nonprofit that empowers game creators and social innovators to drive real-world impact through games and immersive media. We convene industry experts through our annual Games for Change Festival, inspire youth to explore civic issues and STEAM skills through our student challenge, and showcase leading impact-focused games and immersive experiences through live arcades to the public. And if you go to their website, what is one of the videos they have? Are if you go to their YouTube channel, you would find a video about Cat Park, a noir adventure to inoculate players against disinformation. Oddly enough, ironically, I guess, comments are turned off, right? As you would expect here. So this Games for Change is more or less an extension of the government.
That's fucking
Well, I
bullshit.
mean, if you have kids in school, you know that this is what the government is pushing.
What the
I mean, I
heck
deal with
is
this all
this?
the time.
MK Ultra?
They tell me what's taught in their classes. So I mean, it's not like it's something big secret, but I mean, obviously it relates to this corner of the internet. I mean, focusing on games, but it's just like these people need to be called out for what they are, which is evil. I know that's like pretty hardcore, but it's the truth. It's evil.
You're right.
It's not going to get it. People need to feel like this is absolutely unacceptable, or it's just going to keep going, and they're going to be doing it under the guise that they're empathetic, and it's just it's evil. And it's going to destroy our country, and it's already destroying our country and destroying the world. So what are you going to do about it, guys? Stand up.
Well, let's go even deeper here, shall we?
Oh, there's more.
Oh, geez.
Because
I don't know if I can take more.
This
Oh
only
my
takes a
God.
quick Google search because we're not done,
There's
folks.
more layers.
Gather around, spread the word, and spread the video and live stream because we're going deep.
This is a fucking
Because
onion.
If you go to Felicity Kiesling's LinkedIn, you would see that she was very excited about Cat Park winning the best civics game at this year's Games for Change. Okay, this is in 2023, so a year ago. But she's more or less quoting Jillian Nyland. So who is Jillian Nyland? Let me tell you. Jillian Nyland is an award-winning educational games producer. I've worked on games for the UN, the WHO, NATO, and the U.S. State Department. These games are for a global audience that have been translated to 24 languages. And she's an online influence expert. I have academic publications in Nature and World Medicine and Health Policy and more. I currently work with the Disarm Foundation on tactics and techniques in online influence. So this person literally is a government shill designed to, quote unquote, combat disinformation. That is their entire career. So there we are. That's
Master
what
of
we're doing.
BS.
Yes, a master of BS, 1000%. An online influence expert here. You think you're going to stop when you got out your shovel and you're digging, but you keep on digging and you keep on finding this along the way. It's alarming, to say the least. How much goes into to all this? It's scary. Yeah. Des, do you have any just overall thoughts? I mean, That's why we're talking about Dustborn, but this is so much deeper than Dustborn. And I'd be curious to see what other games this Jillian Nyland has worked on along the way.
I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking like this is why this is all so important, you know. And I do get really listen. I understand why so many people are quiet. I get it, like that it's scary. They worry about losing their jobs, etc. But we're just too far gone now. Like, are you going to stand up and call out this crap in your life, or are you, or not? Because we really just need people to just shut this stuff down. I'm really at a point where I'm just like fed up with it. I really, really am. And we were just at a crucial point. And I feel like it has gotten better. I feel like people are starting to call stuff out. And I think that we just need to, I mean, look, I'm not like advocating for violence or anything, but we need to not mince our words, you know. And if something is evil and somebody's is pushing evil stuff, it needs to be called that. And people need to feel pressured to shut this stuff down. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that's reaching anybody that's watching, but I know there's just I've talked to a lot of people who really are afraid to make their voices heard. And the only way that any of this stops is if people make their voices heard. So
I agree. But one thing I will say is from my personal experience, I've been around a lot of people that said, oh, maybe you shouldn't address any of this. Maybe it's too spicy. You don't want to lose these friends or lose these followers and stuff like that. I'm like, nah, I'm done. I'm exactly like that. I'm done. I can't sit around and watch these evil people take over this, as I call it, once great country, because right now we're in a pretty poor place. And yes, it's evil. And as a Christian man, I just can't sit by and let, Satan alone just take over this country when we were just on such a good path. Remember the 80s and the 90s? There's a reason we go back to that nostalgia, because it was a better time. And I think that so many of us are now just standing up because we don't want this country or this world in general just to go down that dark path. And we want to fight and bring back what's good and what's right.
And so many of us have children. We're invested in the future of this country. We're invested, and that's the problem. Is a lot of people aren't having kids. They don't. Not that you have to have kids to be invested, but it's going to like boost you up by a huge degree if you do. But like that's the problem too. Is a lot of so many people are just nihilistic. They don't care. They just don't care. Well, I care, and I know there's a lot of people who do care. So I do believe there's more of us than there are of them.
Oh my God. So, yeah, the rabbit hole is way deeper. Yeah, not Satan, my friend. I believe it is just Lilith, but whatever. Yeah, no wonder these people are so cocky. They do have someone behind them. Like I said, there was someone pulling the strings behind the curtain. Okay. Yeah, things looks bad, like really bad. And maybe that's why they are turning to the children, because they can't really do anything about the adults. The adults are refusing. So they prefer to indoctrinate the children.
Ever since they announced Ghost of Yotei, people have been divided on this title. There are those who are still very excited we're at least getting another Ghost game because Tsushima was so amazing, and then there's people who are refusing to play it because the lead actress is a radical leftist activist, and they are upset that they're not continuing Jin Sakai's story. But now there is a rumor swirling around that this is going to be delayed until 2026 after we had just heard Sony executives were not happy with the initial response.
Okay, for a moment I thought this pendant was like the dragon from the Skyrim.
I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, I love Ghost of Tsushima. It is a fan-freaking-tastic game. It's one of my favorite games of all time, which is why I was initially very excited that they were doing another game. But after I saw the trailer, I felt conflicted because of what we found out, primarily with the lead actress. Now, the initial teaser that we got looks really great. It looks solid. It looks like Ghost, the first game. It does not look like some massive departure, but because we know that they are, moving on, this is a couple hundred years later, and they're no longer featuring Jin Sakai, that is pretty disappointing. I know his story was done, and I am still hoping that they're going to write something good here, but when you have a lead actress who is a radical feminist who constantly tells people that they're just terrible because of their skin color, yeah, that's not going to sit well with people. And now we're hearing that apparently the rumor is that it's going to be delayed until 2026. It says a rumor claims that Sony and Sucker Punch Productions recently announced Ghost of Yotei game will be delayed to at least 2026 after the company changed its vision from a Tsushima sequel to Ghost of Yotei. So Sony had announced it during their most recent PlayStation State of Play at the end of September and revealed the game would release sometime in 2025. But a little over a week since the announcement, a new rumor from Endymion claims that the game will likely be delayed until 2026. He says, I was also told do not expect Yotei in 2025 at all. Apparently the game's nowhere near being done, but it's a very slim chance that the game actually releases in 2025. It could very easily fall into 2026, but if you're getting your hopes up for it coming out next year, probably don't do that. So, of course, this is a rumor. Take it with a hefty grain of salt, right? Whenever I talk about rumors like this, I always say the same thing. We do not know the full truth because we don't know exactly who these insiders are. We don't know if they're reliable. We don't know if they're bullshitting, but with the state of the industry right now, it would not surprise me that a game of this scale would face problems because Ghost of Tsushima took them like 5 years to develop, and it was a gorgeous game, very expansive. It was a long game, especially with the DLC that they had released. So, if they are planning on, following in the footsteps of the first game and trying to copy and paste plus add some content and plus adding maybe more portions to the map and having the map be bigger, it wouldn't surprise me if the project started getting away from developers because unfortunately this is just standard in the industry right now. There are companies who announce games and then they have to delay them 2 or 3 times because it's so big and it's so expansive that they just didn't understand the amount of time that it was going to take. And because they initially, announced it at the State of Play and just said 2025, that means that internally they could also push it off. So maybe they wanted it to release in June, then they internally delay it until August and then November, and then, it's the end of 2025 and they still haven't released it. So they did give themselves some wiggle room, though it wouldn't shock me. Now, this is why I do not get excited over initial teasers and trailers. And this is why I, don't sit here and say companies do deserve blind faith. Because even though Sucker Punch created an amazing game with Tsushima, Yotei is a different beast. It's a different team of developers. It's not the same Sucker Punch that created the first game. And when you have a game like the first one that was such a smashing success, that means that they've probably hired significantly more developers to help with this game. We don't know the size of the team at Sucker Punch right now, but I would assume it's much larger than even when they were creating the first game. And the first game was not small by any means, but they face a lot of problems with this game, specifically because of the lead actress. I have talked about this in a couple of videos now, but she is a radical leftist activist. And I say this quite a lot on this channel. If you can leave your politics at the door when you're going to work. It does not matter to me what your viewpoint is, because you are a human being. You're going to have opinions that I generally do not agree with. If we did not support any products or companies that had scummy people that were a part of them, or people that we do not agree with politically, we would never support anything on the face of this earth ever again, because there's always going to be a greedy executive, there's always going to be a writer or a producer who is a generally terrible person, there's always going to be someone who's loud and obnoxious that we do not agree with. But if she can leave her politics at the door, that would be fantastic. Though this is Sony we're talking about, and Sony did decide to hire her. And Sony is a company right now that is extremely focused on DEI. I want this game to come out and I want it to be good. I want every game to release and them be fantastic, but it's just hard for me to look past someone like her, someone who in the past has spewed so much vitriol on social media before. And it seems that the executives at Sony understand that people are not happy with the choice of lead actress, because apparently they are very worried after the initial response. This is another That Part Place article that talks about this rumor, saying apparently Ghosts of Yote blindsided many people that were working at Sony who were not made aware of what Sucker Punch was making, and that people in the mid-levels at Sony were actually confused when it was announced, because they were under the impression that Jin Sakai would be getting a sequel. And they are not happy at all when it comes to the response of the game either internally at Sony right now. If you are not going to be happy with backlash, don't hire activists. It's just that plain and simple. Hire new voice actors, hire new mocap actresses, hire new writers, hire new producers, hire people that are not controversial figures, hire people that are basically planks, that do not go on social media and spew hatred, that do not go on social media and say, if you don't like my opinions, don't buy this game. Hire people who are actually normal and who are, again, able to leave their politics at the door when they're going to work, but instead they don't want to do that, and they're hiring these radical activists, and they're getting what they deserve. They're getting the response that we all knew they would get. It's at the end of the day going to be hard as a company to not face backlash when you're making controversial decisions. I don't know what they don't understand about this, but time and time again, they go on and on about how, oh my gosh, we don't understand why people don't like this product. It's because people are not shutting up and blindly consuming content anymore. When you have a actress who has made comments about white people that are very demeaning and, let's be honest, racist, you have somebody who comes out and, is very vocal in things like, BLM. It's going to create waves on social media. It's going to create a level of controversy, and it's not that hard to see why. Now, will this game come out and be fantastic? We don't know. It's supposed to release in 2025, and according to these new rumors, it's not even going to come out until 2026, and it wouldn't shock me if over the next couple of months to up to a year, we're hearing that Sony is internally scrambling with this project because they expected it to go over extremely positively, and they expected the developers to be done, but it seems that things are not going well for them so far, and internally they are in chaos mode right now. They don't really know how to deal with the situation, and I'm going to, of course, be keeping my eye on this game and some of the writers, the lead actress, and the developers who are part of this to see if they come out and make any other controversial statements. But right now, things are already not looking good for Ghost of Yotei if we are to believe these rumors. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this, give it a like, and if you didn't, give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either way, but I will talk to you all again in the next video really soon.
Oh God. I don't even know what to say. Okay, let's go for something else. Hold on. Wait, what? Oh, you cannot capture this. Okay, okay. I don't know why you can't. But I'll fix it. Oh, I guess this is why. Hold on. Let's see. This is weird. Okay, it matters not. I still can do this. I don't know exactly why it's not working, but I have different ways to do this. And ta-da! Let me guess adjust this a little bit. Oh, no, my bad. It's okay. So this is interview that was removed from the internet. Okay. So let's do it. Hey, now the thing doesn't seem to be having sound. I don't know exactly why. Oh. Okay, I still can fix this. Give me a moment. God damn it. Yeah, I don't understand why it's not capturing this thing. This thing is in red for some reason. I don't know exactly why. Do it work now?
あとすごい話題になってたそのコスチュームとか当時とそのままなのかどうなのかみたいなのがありましたよね、また。
まあね、いろいろ規制もあってね、露出してきちゃいけないとかね。
そこ、まあちょっとあんまり深掘りする気はないんですけど、いいのにだってフィクションだけどその中に主人公というあなたが入って冒険するっていうことでいいじゃないと思うんですけど、違うんですかね。
なんですかね。よくわかんないですけどね、これについてはね。
ゲームだし、まあフィクションという自分の中のバーチャル体験でのノンフィクションだから楽しくければいいのにっていう ふうに思っちゃいますけどね。
あんまり露出するとね年齢が上がっちゃうっていうね。全年齢じゃなくなってしまうっていうのがあったりとか。
ルールがやっぱなんか各国違ったりするんでね、広く売ろうと思うと一番厳しいところに合わせざるを得ないとか。
でも当時そんなこと思わなかったですけどね。
コンプラっていう名のね、やっぱりね、ある種のね、なんだろうな、絶対心というべき、善の名を借りた悪みたいなのがある。全員が不快感を覚えないなんてことはないわけ。だって不快なことを覚える動向でもいいわけよ。だって綺麗汚いとかさ、善悪って人それぞれに感じ方があるわけじゃん。で物事はやっぱり根っこにあるのはやっぱり絶対やっちゃいけないことだけいくつかあって、それさえやらなきゃあとはいいじゃないって、そういうのがないわけよ。だからやっぱり英米の方から来てるその宗教的な概念から来るその正教徒の考え方ってアメリカにあるじゃない。彼らのコンプラの考え方って本当ね狭い。でだから向こうでコミックス出す時に全部その年齢で区切ってやらなきゃいけない。少年ジャンプの漫画だったら13アップ、13歳以上じゃないと出せない。私は全部リテイク入れなきゃいけない。でそれを訴訟が起きるそのために保険も入らなきゃいけない。もうこんなねバカな国とねやるの本当面倒くさい。でそっから日本も悪影響を受けてやってるから。
主人公もね男女選べるんだけど、男女選ぶって書いていけないのね。タイプ1タイプ2なのね。
ねえ。
これ男女誰が一体文句になると思うんだよね。
そう
わからない。
Oh yeah. Really, nobody understands this nonsense. But the agenda is just the tip of the iceberg, apparently. That's interesting. Nobody is complaining about male or female. This crazy people only. This vast majority, as they say, as they call themselves, who can even make a single game they produce succeed, or a movie, or anything else really, because there's no numbers. Well, it is stupid. That is really stupid. But let's say the truth. Something is really, really wrong. Also, I'm curious about something. What is it? Oh, wait. Are these tattoos? Japanese don't really use tattoos. Mostly because the Yakuza thing. Weird.
あとすごい話題になってたそのコスチュームとか当時とそのままなのかどうなのかみたいなのがありましたよね。また
まあね、いろいろ規制もあってね、露出してきちゃいけないとかね。
そこまあちょっとあんまり深掘りする気はないんですけど、 いいのにだってフィクションだけどその中に主人公というあなたが入って冒険するっていうことでいいじゃないと思うんですけど違うんですかね。
なんですかね。よくわかんないですけどね。これについてはね。
ゲームだし、まあフィクションという自分の中のこうバーチャル体験でのノンフィクションだから楽しくければいいのにっていうふうに思っちゃいますけどね。
あんまり露出するとね年齢が上がっちゃうっていうね。全年齢じゃなくなってしまうっていうのがあったりとか。
ルールがやっぱなんか各国違ったりするんでね、広く売ろうと思うと一番厳しいところに合わせざるを得ないとか。
でも
当時そんなこと思わなかったですけどね。
コンプラっていう名のねやっぱりねある種のねなんだろうな絶対心というべき、善の名を借りた悪みたいなのがある、全員が不快感を覚えないなんてことはないわけ、だって不快なことを覚えるどうこうでもいいわけよ、だって綺麗汚いとかさ善悪って人それぞれに感じ方があるわけじゃん、で物事はやっぱり根っこにあるのはやっぱり絶対やっちゃいけないことだけいくつかあってそれさえやらなきゃあとはいいじゃないって、そういうのがないわけよ、だからやっぱり英米の方から来てるその宗教的な概念から来るその正教徒の考え方ってアメリカにあるじゃない、彼らのコンプラの考え方って本当ね狭い、でだから向こうでコミックス出す時に全部その年齢で区切ってやらなきゃいけない。少年ジャンプの漫画だったら13アップ、13歳以上じゃないと出せない。私は全部リテイクでなきゃいけない。でそれを訴訟が起きるそのために保険も入らなきゃいけない。もうこんなねバカな国とねやるの本当面倒くさい。でそっから日本も悪影響を受けてやってるから。
主人公もね男女選べるんだけど、男女選ぶって書いていけないのね、タイプ1タイプ2なのね
ねえ
これ男女って誰が一体文句言うんだろうと思うんだよね。
そうそうね。
There he goes. Really, really weird. Okay. That's really weird. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, here comes Dragon Age. Another annoying thing. I want to watch this, but it's 6 hours. I'm not gonna watch this.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You guys wanted some Dragon Age news? Well, now you got it. This just dropped a few hours ago from good old Game Rant, and it's going to show the blatant hypocrisy and the absolute terrible notion of their ideology regarding wokeness in gaming. Apparently, the Dragon Age creator addresses the Veilguard's woke criticism and tries to claim that people who are criticizing the game for being woke are just tourists.
You are really dumb, for real.
And here we go again. Another game that probably will not sell well.
It's actually pretty damn amazing to me that I feel like I was one of the channels that originally coined that term tourist. I remember years ago using that term in the live stream when we were talking about gaming and movies and whatnot. And yet now everybody's using that word. And that particular side is trying to adopt that word as their latest term, right? Because grifter now has no meaning. So now they're going to take the word tourist and try to make that have no meaning. But that's besides the point. They're trying to say that Veilguard's criticism about it being woke is not true and that the game is has always been woke. So let's get into this article, guys, from the Game Rant. But of course, before we do, if you are new here, just consider hitting that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it, and like the video to push us out into that YouTube algorithm. We got some key takeaways here It says Dragon Age series creator David Gator dismissed the notion of the Veilguard turning the series woke. Gator labeled the people propagating this criticism as tourists, implying that the Dragon Age franchise has always been woke. Now, again, guys, let's be very clear. When people use the word woke, they don't use it by the actual definition of the term. It's unfortunate, but it's true. It's one of those words that have lost its meaning, and people just apply it however they want. It's ironic that these are the people who are trying to say that Dragon Age has always been woke, but then when other people call the game woke for featuring, I don't know, LGBTQ propaganda or whatever, they're the first ones to say that their sexual identity is not propaganda and it's not political. So if that's the case, then it can't be woke based off of that, but yet you're the one who's calling all the Dragon Ages before it woke because of what reason? We're going to find out. The criticism of Dragon Age Veilguard becoming woke is uninformed. It's not. Series creator David Gator has suggested all the while labeling those who propagate it as tourists. Because clearly people who don't like the obvious modern day bullshit that's in this game, right? Like the top surgery scars is obviously the big one. That's the one people always talk about. And the reason why is because that only exists because of modern day. That is what makes it woke, right? LGBTQ relationships have always existed in Dragon Age. LGBTQ is not inherently woke on its own. LGBTQ propaganda is absolutely woke. When you're trying to push LGBTQ nonsense in everyone's face and making that an option they must partake in, right? With the pronouns, by the way, you have to choose a pronoun, which means you have to partake in that particular ideology. When you remove the option, that makes it woke. If you just put the option in there for people that want to choose it or not choose it, then that just happens to be in there and doesn't necessarily make the game woke. It's a ridiculous notion, but they know this, right? Then again, he says his rebuttal is just the latest development in the culture wars that have recently encompassed the upcoming Dragon Age game. Multiple popular online boards, including the Veilguard Steam Discussions Forum, have lately been flooded with criticism about the fourth entry in the long-running franchise being woke. Some of the posters contributing to this wave of complaints seem to have taken issue with Dragon Age: The Veilguard's companions being canonically pansexual, arguing that this attempt at offering diverse romance options robbed them of personality. That is true. That's the funny thing about all of this is that you think by being a whore, that's going to somehow give you more diverse romance options. No, there's nothing special about you. If you're going to fuck everything that moves, then there's nothing interesting about you, right? The fact of the matter is the characters in previous Dragon Age games, you were only able to romance certain characters based on their preferences because the characters all had preferences like real life people. It made them interesting. It made them different. But the fact that you're making all of these characters pansexual, they just want to fuck everything now. There's nothing interesting. There's nothing different. There's no limits. You can fuck everything. And that is so unbelievably boring and so damn stupid and doesn't actually make any sense whatsoever. But because these people themselves who advocate for this shit are pansexual retards themselves, they're the ones who are like, oh, no, it gives you more diversity. It's offering more romance options. Shut the fuck up. It's boring. Others appear to be irked by the game's diverse cast of characters for various stated reasons. Are you going to state the reasons, or are you just going to say that and then not say anything? Dragon Age series creator David Gator has recently opted to respond to some of these complaints by remarking how the usual suspects are upset about how woke the game is. Apparently, sudden and unexpected development in the series. Following up on that train of thought, the industry veteran called the people who spread this sentiment fucking tourists in a recent Blue Sky post. And again, it's amazing that these losers are trying to make Blue Sky into a thing when Blue Sky is not a thing. All Blue Sky is their own echo chamber, right? It's what Twitter used to be for them. That's why they use it. They're trying to make Blue Sky into the place to be. But the fact of the matter is Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, is still the place to be because they're still on it all the time. The label was meant to imply that these critics are falsely presenting themselves as Dragon Age fans who would know that the series had been categorized as woke from its very first entry, which hit the market back in 2019. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Nobody was calling these games woke. Absolutely nobody. Nobody was calling these fucking games woke because having LGBTQ relationships in RPG games like Dragon Age has been a thing for a long time. And if you are trying to say that people were calling this game woke and people on your side were calling this game woke since 2009, then you are inherently admitting that adding LGBTQ into a game automatically makes it woke. So other people calling it woke would not be incorrect. It's just you fell into your own trap there. In a subsequent interaction with another Blue Sky user, Gator clarified that he has no issues with people liking or disliking whatever they have seen for the upcoming Dragon Age game so far. That's a lie. That's a lie, because if you didn't, you wouldn't be calling them fucking tourists. His comment was instead merely intended to counter the notion that Veilguard introduces a new level of wokeness to the franchise. It does, though. By adding top surgery scars and pronouns, which are both modern day things that only exist in this game because of the current modern day, then yes, there is a new level of wokeness being added to this game. While the Dragon Age series has always been fairly inclusive, it started out before the word woke was even part of the widespread English vernacular, and long before it was adopted as a sarcastic pejorative for anything perceived as progressive. This could help explain why the first 3 mainline installments weren't as polarizing as they debuted at a time when widespread online culture wars of this sort were simply not a thing. You also got to keep in mind, which I'm sure Game Rant knows, but they're choosing to leave out because, again, these gaming journalists lie by omission. You also have to understand that at that time, having this kind of stuff in the game was written story first and agenda second, right? Most people weren't even trying to push their agenda. They were just trying to offer diverse relationships that were optional, that you could partake in if you so choose, or if you didn't want to partake in it, then that's fine. Just like you're allowed to have gay sex in all the Dragon Age games, you're just as allowed to have all the straight sex you want. I'm sure if you look at the analytics in terms of romance options, you'll realize that the straight romance options far outweigh the choices of the gay options, in the sense that most people probably pick the straight options because that's just how it is in real life. Now, again, they're trying to say the culture war wasn't a thing, and it's because you guys weren't acting the way that you were 10 years ago, right? You guys were not ideological psychopaths up front like this for everyone to see. You had your occasionals, you know what I mean? You had your Anita Sarkeesians and whatnot, and I get that. But overall, it was a lot more calmer than it is now. You guys are just fucking insufferable. And now what's happening is there is a counterculture to the culture that you're trying to create and trying to make into a normal thing by normalizing it. And it's not going to happen very easily for you. It's just not. Then again, it says that Dragon Age Veilguard is slated to hit the market on October 31st, which, by the way, at the time of this recording, I do have a bet going on against ABF. If I lose the bet, well, looks like your boy's going to have to play Dragon Age Veilguard, just like Dustborn. But if I beat Dustborn, I could beat Dragon Age Veilguard, and I would not be paying for it. So don't worry about that. But again, guys, ultimately, this is just from someone who's angry that people aren't accepting the modern day bullshit that we all obviously see with our eyes. You can tell us that it's fucking raining gold, but it's not, okay? Like, these people clearly see that they're adding stuff for current modern day, and that's the only reason why it's there. Nobody's talking about the LGBTQ relationships because you were always able to do that. The pansexual thing is stupid. The pronoun shit is always stupid. And you telling people that they're tourists is also extremely stupid. So anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. Hope you did enjoy it. If you did, consider leaving me a subscribe. I would greatly appreciate if you could like the video, comment, let me know what you thought, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Hypnotic out.
Oh, God. You know, who did this inclusion pretty well? Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3, you have all that stuff. Is there? Okay. The characters announce at some point in the game that they are ready for romance. Actually, they basically try to jump on your arms, but you are in dialogue with them. So you can clearly say, let's go, or no, thank you. And everything ends right there. It's not offensive, it's not intrusive, it's just an option. Would be better if you actually had to work to romance them. Instead, they give you this flag saying, oh, I like you, I'm ready to woohoo with you to avoid other more offensive ways to say that. But it's an option. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. I played Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't finished it. I'm still Baldur's Gate, Act 3. I never finished. I need to get the game back to finish it. And I have no issue with that. Absolutely no issue. You can clearly see that, well, Astarion, the vampire companion, is, well, there's no how to deny that the guy is gay. I have no problem with that. Lazo, the Githyanki companion, she is I think she's the first to announce that she is ready for romance. I have no problem with that. Karlach too, and basically every companion you get. I never actually tried because I wasn't interested in that. I just play for the story and not for anything. Like, I think that's kind of stupid. If I wanted to play a dating simulator, I would play a real dating simulator, not that. Okay, so there is that. But oh my god, they did correctly. It's an option. It is there. You don't need to follow if you don't want to. But that's it.
Maybe we see a Deadpool 4?
Oh God, no. My wife and children will divorce me. I will be capital B broke, and in turn, probably then doing Deadpool 4.
Yeah. So we cannot make that happen.
So yeah.
I asked you guys this at the junket, and I'll bring it up again. I mean, people genuinely love this movie, and they love the collaboration of the three of you. Have there been those additional phone calls after all this box office success at Marvel being like, so let's talk about the future?
I don't, I would say that, Sean and I have been, pretty clear and I think in the most loving way, because talk about the greatest uptown problem any human beings could have is, a studio like that saying, what's next? Or how can we make something, else? And but this movie was made as a complete experience. It wasn't meant to be a commercial for another movie. It wasn't meant to be any of that stuff. And I think that there's I get a great deal of joy making a movie like that. But honestly, right in this moment, I have no idea if I'll ever wear that Deadpool suit again. And I hope I do, but I don't know. I mean, it's right now is a time to just kind of hang it up for a bit and
yeah, I don't think it's a good idea.
I will say, because a lot of people have asked me, were you pressured to service a next movie or to set up something in Avengers or to, really to their credit, neither Disney or Marvel ever asked us to service anything beyond one really satisfying self-contained story. And we made exactly that with their support. So as far as the future, time will tell.
It's no secret that Ryan Reynolds and Disney have been at odds recently. But what's really causing all the drama? It's all about creative control. Ryan has been the driving force behind the Deadpool franchise since day one, and he's done more than just play the character. He's also been actively involved in the writing and creative process for each movie. He brought his unique humor, sharp wit, and unapologetically dark style to Deadpool, turning the character from a cult favorite into a global phenomenon.
Hello, Bob. I'd like to address what I view as the elephant in the room. Over the last few years, Disney has turned from a place of magic for children to an ideological company, serving LGBTQ, IA+, however many other letters you want to add to that, lobbies. to groom children. Over and over again, we see how your films and entertainment are increasingly promoting the woke agenda. How can you explain to parents worldwide that you recently celebrated 100 years of history by collaborating with the San Francisco Gay Men's Chorus to produce an LGBTQIA+ themed Disney musical? This is a group who have explicitly stated that they want to indoctrinate children. They literally sang a concert and they sang the words, "We will convert your children quietly and subtly, and you will barely notice it."
Quietly and subtly, and you will barely notice it. We'll convert your children. We're coming for them. We're coming for your children.
Disney chose to collaborate with these predators to sing to children. How can you explain to parents worldwide that over the next few months, dozens of highly sexualized gay pride parades will take place in Disneyland parks worldwide, the exact places where they used to take their children for fun? Are you surprised that Disney's audience has plummeted, losing 2.4 million subscribers in the last quarter? Parents have simply had it up to here. No wonder you were laying off 7,000 employees from today, in addition to the other thousands last year. No wonder Disney's stock value dropped more than 30% over 1 year. As a Disney shareholder, I have a simple question. Would it not be beneficial for the company to ditch the LGBTQIA+ and gender ideology for good? If you are really interested in refloating Disney, please turn Disney back to the apolitical fun place that it used to be. And I bet that you'll win back both the trust of families and the stock market. Thank you.
We've recently gotten criticism, as you just expressed, for what some perceive to be agenda-driven content. And I'm sensitive to that, actually. Our primary mission needs to be to entertain, and then through our entertainment to continue to have a positive impact on the world. And I'm very serious about that. It should not be agenda-driven. It should be entertainment-driven. That should be the goal in all of our stories. And while I know we're just never going to please everyone all the time, we should be sensitive to the fact that parents have different levels of comfort with the content that is delivered to their children. I want parents to be able to trust the content that we're creating for their children, and we're committed to delivering age-appropriate content for family audiences while also telling stories that reflect the world around us and that foster a greater understanding, greater perspective, greater acceptance of all people. And it's just my hope that Disney continues to be a source of hope and optimism for the world. And we're honored to actually carry forth Walt's legacy of inspiring joy and wonder for everyone.
Slaves built this country, and we, the descendants of slaves in America, have earned reparations for their suffering.
And continue to earn reparations every moment we spend submerged in the systemic prejudice, racism, and white supremacy
that America was founded with and still has not atoned for.
Slaves built this country.
These are the tampons I usually use.
Thank you.
I prefer pads. They're more comfortable for me.
Thank you.
I always get the ones with wings.
Thank you.
Get unscented.
I love what you said about wanting to entertain audiences, critics saying Disney's too woke, but you're just putting out storytelling.
We are. Look, I don't really like the term woke because I think it's an umbrella term that I'm not 100% sure I even know what it means, and one could argue that sometimes it's used too liberally. That said, our primary purpose is to entertain, and where we can entertain responsibly, obviously we try to do that. We try to have a positive impact on the world. But the first thing we need to do is entertain.
However, things got complicated when Disney took over Fox and acquired the rights to Deadpool. Disney, being a family-friendly company known for its PG-13 Marvel movies, has a very different approach to filmmaking compared to the R-rated chaos that makes Deadpool so special. Since the acquisition, there's been tension between Reynolds and Disney executives over how to handle the character going forward. Disney, determined to push its diversity, equity, and inclusion (DEI) agenda, has been insisting on incorporating more socially conscious elements into Deadpool's story, something Ryan isn't entirely on board with. But Ryan isn't against DEI in general. In fact, he's supported numerous diverse projects in the past. But when it comes to Deadpool, he sees it differently. It's not about rejecting representation. It's about protecting the integrity of the franchise. Ryan has watched other Disney projects that heavily focused on DEI get torn apart by both fans and critics alike. Think about movies like the recent Little Mermaid remake, where the backlash overshadowed the film itself. Or take Snow White, which hasn't even been released yet but is already getting slammed online.
Ryan, this is something you've been writing for a while. Now we're here with Disney and a hard R.
I hope it doesn't sound condescending. I'm really proud of them. It adds a whole other color to this kaleidoscopic wheel that is that company. I was surprised that they let us go hard R, but I mean, there's no other way to do it. It really allowed us a lot of freedom to kind of do anything and everything in a world where anything and everything is possible.
Give me a hand up. No, I'm actually okay.
There are some jokes in this movie. So what was the meeting like when you're discussing with Disney the jokes about Disney?
Korg, who was not my first choice, but apparently everyone else was too busy over on Disney Plus.
Oh boy. You know, shockingly, it would be the fun story would be that Disney was just appalled at everything, and
Stop it.
And Marvel couldn't believe, was never going to let us do anything. But that's on one hand. On the other hand, money really put them in a tough position.
Suck it, Fox. Get fucked.
I think fairly, by superhero standards, superhero movie standards, quite responsibly. I mean, we pride ourselves on finishing on time, on budget or under budget, and
Hakuna Hitatas.
You know, delivering the movie exactly how we planned or wrote. When we wrote the script, like start to finish with all of our alt jokes, everything. So we were.
If you were a showman, you would be the greatest.
That they sort of saw that, and that's a trust building exercise. So they had a lot of faith in us to deliver and to self-govern. Jokes in there that I personally cannot believe they let us.
No, not really, no.
And in fairness, because we were like the kind of good boy students turning in our script every once in a while, and every time we send a script, we were like kind of waiting. And
I can gently tap the fourth wall too. The proposal.
Oh,
assuming that we were going to get in trouble.
It was a very scary. Yeah, it was odd.
And the pushback never came, and it became clear that on this movie, funny wins.
Yeah.
Right.
He's worried that the same fate could befall Deadpool if Disney forces these elements into the movie in a way that feels inauthentic. Ryan has put his heart and soul into Deadpool, and he doesn't want to see it become another controversial, divisive topic. He wants to avoid a situation where fans feel like the studio is pushing a message instead of focusing on making a great movie. And if that happens, he believes it could seriously damage the character's reputation and hurt the box office, something no one wants. This isn't the first time Disney has clashed with creatives over its DEI direction. Directors and actors have left projects because they felt the company's priorities were more about checking boxes than making good films. But what makes this situation different is that Ryan Reynolds is not just another actor. He's Deadpool. And without him, Disney knows they don't have a Deadpool franchise. And here's the kicker. Disney executives are trying to turn Ryan Reynolds into a cash cow, not for Deadpool, but to fund their DEI projects. Deadpool has been a box office powerhouse, raking in over $1.5 billion globally from just 2 films. The revenue Deadpool generates isn't just lining Disney's pockets. They're relying on that cash flow to subsidize more DEI-driven movies and shows. Essentially, they want Deadpool's massive success to fund projects that might not have the same built-in audience or commercial appeal. And that's what's really irking Ryan. He doesn't want Deadpool's brand being used as a piggy bank to support films that Disney knows won't perform as well, but are being greenlit to meet their social agendas. Ryan feels it's unfair for Disney to leverage Deadpool's success to prop up projects that don't align with the character's tone, style, or fan expectations. Things have gotten so heated that Reynolds has actually backed out of not just 1, but 3 planned Disney projects. And these weren't just any movies, they were major Marvel productions that would have reshaped the entire X-Men and Deadpool universe. Disney had huge plans to bring Deadpool into the main Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU, starting with a string of crossovers involving other mutants and eventually leading into more ambitious team-ups. But when Disney started pushing for more DEI elements to be added to these scripts, Ryan decided to step away. This wasn't just about the inclusion of diverse characters or storylines. Ryan has always been supportive of that. The problem was that Disney's approach felt forced and disconnected from what Deadpool is all about. Instead of letting the franchise naturally include diverse characters or themes, Disney wanted to shoehorn in elements that didn't fit the tone or the chaotic, anything-goes world of Deadpool. For example, Disney wanted to introduce completely new characters into the Deadpool storyline, specifically to highlight underrepresented groups. But these additions didn't fit the established narrative. They wanted to feature serious themes around identity and social justice. Important issues, no doubt, but it felt like they were putting the message ahead of the story. Reynolds feared this would make the movie feel disjointed and inauthentic, turning it into something that might alienate the core Deadpool audience. And that's where the real disagreement started. Reynolds believes that Deadpool should be edgy, offensive, and over the top in its own way. The movie's appeal comes from its no-holds-barred style. Nothing is off-limits, and everyone is a target for Deadpool's biting humor. Trying to insert Disney's polished, DEI-driven storytelling into that would be like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. But it's not just about Deadpool 4. Reynolds was supposed to lead the charge in Disney's larger plan to reboot the X-Men franchise. This included multiple Deadpool-related X-Men spin-offs, team-ups, and even projects that would have seen Wolverine, played by Hugh Jackman, making more appearances. Disney had billions riding on these films, planning to use them as the foundation for Phase 6 and beyond. Ryan's involvement was crucial because he's been the face
Oh
of
my god, this
Deadpool
dog is so
and a
fucking
key
ugly.
player in getting fans excited about mutants joining the MCU.
Hey there, Disney. Ryan Reynolds here with one of my best friends, Hugh Jackman. Hey, everyone. I'm so excited to be here promoting a movie that I poured my blood, sweat, and tears into. My character's name is Wade.
And you all probably know my character's name.
Wait. Hold on. Back up. You were in the 1998 Disney original movie Tourist Trap?
What? No.
Then why did you just imply you were in it?
Oh, hold on. Sorry. What movie are we here to promote?
My star turn as Wade Early in a Disney original masterpiece, Tourist Trap. What movie did you think we're here to promote?
I'm out.
Micah, spicy. Wow. You forgot to do the little wand thing, Hugh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the little thing. Hey, come with me. I like that.
Oh, yeah. I see what you've done there. So tune in to Tourist Trap on Disney Plus, or maybe search it on YouTube. It had Oscar bridesmaid Paul Giamatti. I know another Oscar bridesmaid.
It's crazy how when Disney acquired Fox, which is now 20th Century Studios, I wasn't sure what to expect, but they've been nothing but obscenely supportive. But initially, I had a different idea. I wrote a short film. I'd written a short film for Deadpool before called No Good Deed, which played in front of Logan. And I love short films because they're just sort of a throwback. They're things that people don't invest in them that much as much anymore. But I know that Disney has a pretty storied history with short films. So I'd written this short film about Deadpool. It was going to attach to Free Guy, and it was Deadpool interrogating the hunter who had killed Bambi's mom.
What?
And the rug pull of it, though, is that you think Deadpool's going to kill the hunter, but Deadpool's actually just a huge fan. He wants to know how he, too, can be as loathed as the hunter is in the Disney universe. And they just shut that down immediately.
But when the creative clashes reached a breaking point, Ryan pulled out of all these projects. Bob Iger, Disney's CEO, and other top executives tried to convince him to come back, offering creative control and massive financial incentives. But Ryan stood firm. He's not willing to let Disney's DEI agenda dictate Deadpool's story, especially when it risks making the character bland and unrecognizable. For Ryan, it's not about the money. It's about protecting the essence of Deadpool and making sure fans get the character they fell in love with. Disney's left scrambling now.
It's not only that. Okay. The problem was Deadpool and Wolverine was a huge success. It has no DI on it. Except for the lesbian couple. Let's be honest, they're there. Like, it doesn't bother anyone. The only problem is that they took the profit from this movie and invested in a bunch of DEI bullshit. This is what's bothering everyone, especially this guy.
Emergency meetings to try
He don't
and
want to
salvage
come back
what's left of their Deadpool and X-Men
because
plans.
you know he's gonna
They
be
wanted to use
feeding.
Deadpool's popularity to support more DEI-focused projects, using the franchise's success to financially back other films. But without Ryan, those plans are in serious jeopardy. Reynolds knows he's holding all the cards, and he's not afraid to play them if it means protecting Deadpool from becoming just another corporate product. And Ryan Reynolds isn't backing down. He's made it clear that story comes first. And if Disney doesn't get on board, it looks like the Merc with a mouth might be closing his mouth for good, at least under Disney's watch. So, what do you think? Should Ryan stick to his guns, or should Disney's DEI push take center stage? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell to stay updated on all the latest Hollywood drama.
Yeah, no, thank you. But the biggest problem was that. Biggest problem was they actually. Oh, this is live.
Dad. The stumbling of the other three.
They
allow
actually
you to actually make a
use the profit from this movie to feed DEI projects.
Yeah, we're
going around.
I guess towards the northwest.
Yep.
Keeping away, so going through the heart of the forest.
Basically, like equidistant between the river and the clearing.
Yeah, and so you know in
The
order
deepest,
to
darkest
get,
parts
yeah,
of
the
the
deepest, darkest part of the forest.
Yeah.
You know that these woods are
With no access to water.
While the edges of the forests are used for hunting of the creatures in the woods and for foraging, the deepest, darkest parts of the forest are avoided by all denizens of the Dimwood because the stability that was brought by the Marquisat and by building the roads and cutting the
Okay,
path through the
I
forest
like
to allow for
this
much safer
group.
travel. It's not been
That's
done.
pretty
The
funny.
creatures that lurk here have not dealt with civilization, in many cases, many years, if not if ever.
I don't really
The sun goes down as darkness
have the
falls.
patience
In
to
autumn, the sun sets quite early, and you know
watch
that
this
it's
for like
foolishness to try
4
to
or
continue on
5 hours.
You
At least not
eventually
right
see-
now.
And the fire is crackling as the
Maybe we see a Deadpool.
Okay, this one. $8,000? What? $4,000? I would increase it. What? Wait, what the heck is going on here?
They call it the Barbara Streisand effect. You've probably heard of it before. It was made famous by South Park. It's the idea that when you blast something, you simply empower it when it comes to people knowing about it. Today, we're here to tell you that there may be a new effect in town, and that's called the Alyssa Mercante effect. She, of course, is taking legal action against a YouTuber with a meteoric rise. It's Smash JT and what he's facing from the head of Crazy Kotaku. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
If you don't like
we can
this
still
video,
use that kind
DM
of
me or
language
like.
here, and you are welcome to as well. It worked for, I don't know, thousands and thousands of years, and it will work tomorrow. Have no fear. DEI and wokeness, they are, well, not welcome in this spot. Not this spot of the internet. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to dive into today's content regarding Alyssa Mercante and her signal boosting of someone she considers, I suppose, to be her arch villain, poor Smash JT Smash. Folks, she is sending him into the stratosphere. We're going to talk about it. Click that like button as we do. Panel plus JT, here we go. But before we go to the panel, though, Smash,
She's
do me a
sending
favor,
her,
just tell
or
the audience, because not all of them have heard
he
this
is
before.
sending? Okay, I'm confused
what
now.
Alyssa
Who
did,
is sending who?
back before this all got to a legal stage, in particular about her even communicating with your wife. Could you just, because I want people to understand what we're dealing with when we talk about the lamestream drive-by gaming journalists. Tell us about them. What are they like?
So I honestly had no idea who she was when this happened. This is how she showed up on my radar of who's who in Kotaku. But way back when, I guess like 6 or 8 months ago, something like that, I made a video talking about, because I was watching Grums, and Grums was doing the Stellar Blade petition to get the outfits back into it, the original outfits for Eve, and I was like, hey, you know, that's getting some attention. Might as well strike while the iron's hot and talk about Kotaku and why I feel like Kotaku needs to be better than they are. So I started a petition based off of that. It was like, we need to end Kotaku, either make it better, make them be authentic and tell the actual truth, the full story, or end Kotaku altogether, because it's being detrimental to the entire game industry on the whole. It's not helping anyone. If anything, it's causing more infighting and causing more drama in the space that we don't need. As gamers, there's a lot of people that love games and look at Kotaku as the laughing stock, and it's something that I feel like a lot of people wanted something done about it. So I figured, why not start that? I got a lot of positive response on that video, a lot of comments, a lot of people cheering me on, a lot of people saying that finally someone's taking a stand here and they want to champion this and push it. I think it's great. You know, my channel on Twitter, my account would get 1 or 2 likes typically on a tweet back then. And I posted that, and it went viral pretty quick, got hundreds of likes, lots of shares, almost instantly. And I was like, oh, this is weird. This is new to me. I'm not used to this kind of attention on something I do. And I got a bunch of people like commenting and quote tweeting it and saying things. So I was just going through and trying to keep up with everyone, trying to heart everything, trying to be supportive and push everyone. And apparently one of the people I retweeted was someone that she had a history with that I had no idea about, that she didn't like this particular person. And she didn't like what they had to say about her in particular. And she reached out to me and she's like, hey, that person you retweeted has said awful things about me, and they're really mean to me. And I was like, okay. Like, first off, I'm like, who are you? Like, Alyssa, okay, you work at Kotaku? Okay. I will undo that retweet if it offends you that much. Like, I was just retweeting a whole bunch of people. Like, I didn't think anything of it. And I undid the retweet and thought that was the end of it. Like, legitimately, I was like, that was weird. And then
I would have went and just retweeted everything on that guy's page just to piss her off more. But that's just me.
Yeah, I try to be the peacemaker. Ironically, the guy starting the End Kotaku petition is trying to be the peacemaker. But I didn't want to fight her. I wanted to extend the same respect to her as I'd want someone to extend to me if someone did something online about me that I didn't like, and if it really offended me that much, not that I've ever done this, but I'd like to at least have the option to reach out to someone and be like, hey, that person's actually really bad. Could you undo that? Because I don't want that being out there. I would like them.
Yeah, but I'm a rebel, so.
Right. So I undid the retweet, and long story short, she started DMing me, and I was ignoring her because the DMs, which I've shared publicly, are very unhinged, lots of swears, lots of aggression towards me. And I'm like, this person is psycho, like stage 10 clinger, psycho. Didn't want anything to do with it.
And you ignored the clinger. That's where things.
I did not respond at all. I was like, that is just really weird. And she took that personally, that I did not extend the response to her on that. So then I'm just, at my desk, whatever, typing away, working. And I got a notification on my Twitter, and I went and clicked on it, and it was Alyssa. And she publicly tweeted that she contacted my wife to let her know how horrible of a husband I am to my kids, or something
totally
like
normal
that.
behavior. Totally normal behavior.
Yeah. And I was
anytime I have a bad server at a restaurant, JT, that's exactly what I do.
You
contact their spouse.
Why? Yeah. So I read that, and I was like, that's really weird. That's something that's like,
yeah,
totally
woman
on
is
brand
a
with what she was DMing
fucking
me, like
psycho.
unhinged. And I literally, like, for the first 5 seconds, I did nothing. Then I did like a digital double take where I was just like, wait, did she really? Wait. And my wife is a nurse, so she works 3 days a week. She's home 4 days. So she was home this day, and I walked over to the bedroom, and she was laying down on the bed just reading her book. And I was like, hey, babe, did anyone message you on Facebook? She's like, yeah, this really crazy woman went off on you for like 5 paragraphs about how awful you are online. What?
Hey, JT, we've actually got a secret camera. We've captured your double take, your digital double take. Folks, here's the double take that JT did.
At least that's what I hear.
Wait, what?
It never gets
I
old.
just like to point out, because JT, you've talked about this story a few times, and I just think about the fact that from day one you were inside this woman's head rent free. I mean, that's a lot of time for someone who is in the digital space, who was already in the digital space, to be that bothered by someone having a problem with them for such a brief period of time, to go through the whole, oh, I'm going to do the digital witch hunt. I'm going to find his name. I'm going to find his wife's name. I'm going to write out this whole thing. I'm going to try to ruin him right now because somebody said a mean thing online. Like,
It was well, to your point, Jonas, it was odd that like she singled me out, because yes, I made video on her, I think, before that. Once I've made videos on everyone all the time. That's what I do on my channel. So I don't necessarily make a personal connection and remember everything. You know what I mean? It's just like covering it. And I was like, oh, this one stood out to me. She's really latching on to me right now. And I'm like, why? There's like 50 people that made videos on her. Why is she talking
So JT,
about me?
I've got a thought on this though, and you tell me what you think about it. And then we've got a guest I want to bring on in just a moment to include in this discussion. But I'll give you an example of what we experienced, and then I'll relate it back to what you're going through right now. When Black Girl Gamers, the organization, not the demographic, decided to go after thatparkplace.com, I think that they looked across all of the news sources and all of the personalities, and they thought, this is a little bitty website. It doesn't have the ability to defend itself. And they didn't realize that the person in charge of it is the founder of Bounding Into Comics, and that I and my company own it. And so they just saw little website, not realizing it had just started and we're into, the venture stage and all that. They thought it was a target, and I think that she may have looked at you and said, not as big as some of these others. Like, she's not going to go after Critical Drinker, she's not going to go after Geeks and Gamers. She's not going to go after some of the big names in the space because she doesn't want to face the kind of backup that they can get. She just didn't realize that was also going to be for you. So I don't know this to be the case. I don't have secret camera footage of it, but I imagine that when they saw Ron Coleman and Dylan Group attached to this, that they probably needed a change of pants.
I think you're right. I think you're spot on. The only thing I would contest with that line of thinking, because I know you're not giving her credit for being smart here, but just
I try not to. That's a dangerous road to go down.
Right. I think the other perspective to take on this is, even if I had 0 subscribers, this is what gets attention. If you go after someone incorrectly on the internet justice is like a real thing. I've noticed that people want there to be a balance, and if people are irrationally attacking someone, and from a standpoint that they should not be, it will naturally gain people on the side of the person being attacked, being like, what you're doing is not okay right now, and we need to defend this person. So it's like a natural course of the internet that I don't think she understands, that it doesn't matter how small I was. I think obviously it made her avoid the bigger channels. I'd agree with that. But I think her misstep was she was trying to go after someone because I think what happened is she got a taste of attention by lashing out. She got the whole Frosk thing and realized, if I go crazy and spurg out, I get followers and people heart my tweets more, and people attack me more, but it's more interaction and ultimately more money at the end of the day for me in my pocket. So why not be the bad guy? Why not just be infamous and grow that way, until it gets to the point where she is just wrong. She's a rock in a hard place right now, can't move, and she's still lashing out. It's like, you have been checkmated. Like,
right.
Your
Game
move,
over.
you can't. Game over.
If she pursues it, this is pro with a fake legal hat on, but if she pursues it, I think that she'll have to pay your attorney's fees, because she's going to get hit with the slap stuff. And I look forward to her paying Ron Coleman. I look forward to Alyssa Mercante sending a check over to Donald Trump's lawyer. By the way, I'll say this too. I want to congratulate you, because you've heard of the Streisand effect. Well, one day people will have heard of the Alyssa Mercante effect, and when they look at that on Wikipedia, you're going to be there as the reason that it all happened. Someone who is no stranger to the ire of the internet, as well as popping the balloons of pop culture. I want to bring in the man, the legend, his sodium sir himself. Please welcome from the Salty Nerd Podcast. It is Matt Kadish. Welcome, sir.
Thanks for having me on, Dubs. Good to be here.
Yeah, happy to have you. And I like that Sega pastiche that says salty instead. Salty. Matt, your thoughts on this topic? We're about to wrap it up, but I want to give you a chance to talk with Smash and also give your opinion on the whole Kotaku Alyssa Mercante situation.
And also, hello, Salty.
Here's a way to do this.
Meet you in person.
Hi, Smash.
Matt, here's a way. Let me just toss you this. If you ran a website and your editor or your authors were messaging people's spouses who were critical of their articles, would you say, "Yeah, I think we're done here. I think you can mosey on"?
I guess it depends on who the authors are and who the families are that they're contacting.
All right. Well, weigh in a bit more. Get a little deeper there, Matt. Tell us what you think about the whole situation, if you are so inclined.
Yeah, this morning I was following my Twitter feed, or I should say, is it X, Twix, whatever you call it nowadays, and I was just seeing a lot of JT's posts and following the Alyssa Mercante thing. She's one of those people where it's almost like a cockroach. Like you don't worry about cockroaches until you see one out in the light. And whenever I see her on my feed, I'm just like, oh God, that thing again. She is Frost 2.0, but I think she's worse than Frost because Frost knew when to go away.
She's Frost evolved, you say?
Yes, she is the second coming of Frost. Anyway,
evolved form.
I've always said if Frost were a Pokemon, she turns into Alyssa Mercante.
Indeed, they're basically the same person. It's just one of these things where, so on the Salty Nerd live stream on Saturdays, we've covered a lot of the cancel culture mobs that have been going on, stuff with Star Wars Explained, going after Star Wars Theory. Tom's on the show, so he knows this stuff when he's not eating cereal and bothers to show up.
It's Lucky Charms. How could you deny it?
But also, like the whole going after Gary and Geeks and Gamers and Ryan Kennel. Going after Star Wars Theory. There's so many examples of stuff that would have worked maybe like 4 or 5 years ago before Elon bought Twitter, and the social media landscape was all in lockstep with okay, these people are offensive, we're going to ban them, stuff like that. Nowadays, that stuff doesn't quite work as well as it used to, and she has such a fragile ego. The fact that she would get, lawyers involved or take this into the courts and stuff like that, it feels like she's got something to hide, and she might just be, kind of like a little bit too butthurt. But like we just got word today that Taylor Lorenz got laid off from the Washington Post. So people
hate to see it.
It's terrible. Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Now she's being forced to start her own Substack in order to make money. But we just see that these people who what's her name, the feminist frequency girl, Anita Sarkeesian. Yeah, her like one by one, these uber feminist personalities are getting basically like put in their place essentially. And I think Alyssa Mercante, I think this is more of a publicity stunt on her part than anything like serious. I mean, like we're talking about her right now, right?
Right. Well, she is greatly empowered, Smash JT. So I hope her publicity stunt continues to go as poorly as what she has planned. I'll say this too.
Well, real quick, for someone to hate someone else as much as she clearly does to me, I've verbalized it multiple times in videos that I know she's watching, is like, stop talking about me. You're literally empowering me and making me popular by doing what you're doing, and you hate me. It's making your hate grow for me. It's this very vicious cycle spiral downward. The more she hates me, the more popular I'm getting. She's getting more angry.
JT, we have a name for that here at the Salty Nerd Podcast. You're being mangolded right now.
I got to steal that. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's, whenever I see somebody who is, coming at me or something like that, I will always just kind of ignore it because I always say to myself, the only thing that I do by acknowledging it, by reacting to it, by selling for it, to use a wrestling term, is I give that person a platform. I boost them up. I make them more visible. It's insane that she does not see that, what she's doing for you. The gift that she continues to keep giving you by continuing this with her Lionel Hutz attorney-at-law attorney.
Well, I just want to say,
No, money down.
We've been talking about Stinkasian. We've been talking about intentionally mispronounced. We've been talking about Mercante and Lorenz and all of these. I just want to clarify, folks, that there are so many fantastic women in our space who are rising up in popularity. I think about Force of Light. I think about Lorena Creel. I think about Kara from the Rippaverse. I was on with guys, help me out. I'm stalling for a moment.
Savvy?
Savvy. I was trying
Savvy's
to.
amazing.
Stacey was coming to mind. I was like, not
brilliant,
Stacey.
by the way.
Savvy is a genius.
We need to get her on the channel.
Yeah, and
She's
don't
great.
forget Tom. I mean, he's one of those fabulous women out there doing a great
He
job.
is. Well, I'm sorry for misgendering you, Tom. You are amazing.
Well, he
Stunning
was
and brave.
playing a she earlier.
And by the
That's a
way,
Chinese joke.
I don't want to leave out
a Z, not
Tabitha
a she.
Tabitha, who was on the show maybe a month ago, hoping to have her back on soon. So there are all these women who are doing just a phenomenal job in our space. It's not as if it is men versus women. It's ideas versus ideas. And in particular on our side, it's good ideas versus bad ideas. Go ahead,
Real
Smash.
quick, bro. I've had a lot of times, especially she's even called it out herself, where they've tried to pigeonhole me as, oh, Smash hates women, anti-women. I've had people, oh, he's racist, he's anti-black people. It's like whatever they can try to fit in a narrative for me. I'm like, if you look at my coverage, literally it is a dartboard, smorgasbord of literally anything that is quantified potentially human.
Smash, I don't want to get too deep in your relationship, but how's your mom or how's your wife?
JT, you know you've won once they call you an incel. Like that's just the final. They've run out of stuff to call you. Yeah.
Well,
So.
they go insane because this used to work. Like labeling someone sexist, labeling someone racist or homophobic, it used to work. It's like Voldemort used to kill everybody with the Avada Kedavra, and then he runs into Harry Potter and it doesn't work, and he just keeps trying it over and over again, and it never works, and he can't understand why. Like it's the same kind of thing
That's
that you're
a good
seeing
parallel. That's a really good one. Yeah. No, that's exactly. I feel like what I'm dealing with this is, I'm not gonna back down. I'm not gonna curdle and be like, okay, I'll just apologize and say sorry. Which something we didn't even talk about with this 5-page letter that her lawyer sent me. The apology they wanted me to say would have implicated me as to going against the YouTube terms of service. They could have gone to YouTube, got my channel struck and taken down. So that is, and I said this in one of my videos talking about, like, that is an evil I couldn't even comprehend for someone to go that far to try to destroy somebody. I'm like, what? Why is this even? Why are you even thinking about me? Like,
these people, JT, aren't used to having people punch back at them. They're not used to having people stand up to them and fight back. So they just think that they can get away with stuff like this, right?
Right.
So
they win through spit and vitriol, not through IQ, and you have the latter.
Can,
All right, well,
can
Jonas,
I add another perspective?
One more, Lou, and then Jonas will have to get to super chats after Lou.
Okay, look, I am the only person here, I guess, who never even heard of Alyssa Mercante because I'm not into the whole gaming space. So
How
I thought,
blessed you must
I thought,
be.
well, I'll look her up.
I'm
And I
sorry.
looked at, and I found her LinkedIn. You want to guess the kind of things she says about herself to promote herself?
Oh no. By the way, this is a
Hero.
PG content show.
Yeah, about writer, editor, obsessive. When you self-define yourself as an obsessive, you're right on that road to crazy land.
That's interesting. I didn't even know that.
Self-define yourself. Wow. This is a writer.
Well, yes, proven track record in growing an editorial property, writing compelling copy, and editing layouts and designs.
Wait, the same edit layouts of designs of Kotaku that Asmongold was making fun of because there was so many ads you couldn't even scroll it.
They're doing well though. 20% of your browser space to read is plenty enough. That's the Kotaku.
20 is giving it credit, but yes.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah.
and
All right,
so
Jonas,
we've
let's
got,
bring up
we've got
those,
Kotaku but wait, she's got student support specialist and student rover. What the hell is that at Newcastle University?
I think that's the person that gets coffee for people.
Yeah, and then she marketing coordinator and social media manager for a construction company. Substitute teacher,
All right.
extended day teacher,
She
receptionist and social media manager at the Alter Ego Salon.
I would
She
never
answered
want
calls,
this
made
person in
appointments.
charge of children in any way. That one is
I
a full
I
stop.
enjoy
I'm
that
trying
she's
to
worked at
say
the
is
Alter Ego Salon.
You,
Yeah,
you
There's
you
karma in that one.
naturally Smash. You naturally are thinking, what did I do to make her so? The answer is you were the next one that came along. It's not about you. It's about anybody she can get to have a pulse and show that they're breathing, that she can bang off of and make herself look important that way.
Hey,
That's all.
I look her special video experience is definitely tip top of her qualifications for modern gaming urinalism that she practices.
Put this baby to bed. This video is over. Turn off the lights, but not quite yet, folks, because we do ask one final thing before we say goodbye, and that is, would you consider clicking the like button, share, subscribe, click it and stick it to those algorithms. It is the notification bell, and drop a comment down below. Also greatly appreciated, anytime you would like to share this out on your favorite social media platforms, well, we would love that. And we'd also love to hear your thoughts. Folks, drop a comment down below and use that beautiful mind of yours. If you would not mind, we'd love to know what you're thinking. Also, if you would like to become a member of the channel, it's as simple as clicking the join button. It is the price of a soda per month, and you'll gain access to all kinds of new, cool, exclusive information. Folks, until the next time, we have the honor of spending time with you. Keep learning, keep growing, and as always, keep having fun.
That's a seriously crazy bitch. Yeah, but JT did something really, really genius. She sent this letter that supposedly will be written by a lawyer, and he hired this pretty expensive lawyer. Okay, he is a pretty good lawyer. And he paid quite a lot of money for the guy to check this ladder. He saw that it's worth nothing, and he had a case to make everything backfire against her. He started fundraising so he could actually pay for the lawsuit. She and her friends, bots, whatever, out accounts, I don't know, tried to destroy this fundraiser. So the fundraiser was suspended. I think it took 1-2 days to get everything back in running. So he closed the fundraiser, took the money, paid the lawyer, and there was some extra because people was that, I won't say helpful, but I'll say there's so many people against this kind of attitude that I think everybody wants to see this woman destroyed. So he announced that he got the fundraising back. He closed it. He had the money to pay the lawyer, and he announced that he, since he have extra and his wife is a nurse, he see every day a lot of suffering and stuff. He decided to donate all the extra to charity, more specifically to fight against cancer, but with one condition. They say he would do that unless this bitch continue attacking him, because she go for another lawsuit. She will take this money that will go to this charity, to the children with cancer and all that, and you have to pay for the lawyer again. So basically, he gave her a checkmate. If she do anything, she will be taking away the money that will be used to help children with cancer. But it's not great for her image. So yeah, that was a really genius move. He got the peace he wanted because it was this bitch who started this war. And he still used this extra money to do something good. So win-win. Unless, of course, this bitch decide to go crazy again and take away the money from the poor children. Wait, this video again? I think I saw this, no? Okay, I'm gonna check later. Let's check this one.
Ubisoft
And
has
it's
been
time for
facing
my
so
dailies.
many problems in 2024, and it doesn't look like 2025 is going to be any better for them. But now we're hearing that they may cut staff by 40% or around 8,000 people amid rumors of a buyout. I have a few different things to show off, but before I get into the topic, if you enjoy the content I create, check out the links in the description, join the community in my live streams, and consider supporting through Patreon or YouTube memberships. Now, I can't say I'd be particularly sad if Ubisoft fell off the face of this earth, because while they have amazing IPs, they refuse to do anything with them, and they just milk the same handful for all they're worth, and they're putting money towards projects that absolutely nobody wants or that we initially wanted, but they showed us and they were extremely disappointing pieces of content, like Skull and Bones, for example. People absolutely loved Assassin's Creed Black Flag. We thought that they would take that concept and build upon it, and they came out with an extremely mediocre game, which, by the way, we're hearing rumors that they allegedly spent between $650 and $850 million on this game, which is why they were calling it a quadruple A title. And they were even initially saying that they could have charged us more than $70, but this game fell completely flat for them. It just was not the experience that people wanted. When you hear about a gigantic open world pirate themed game, you're thinking massive raids, you're thinking tons of players, you're thinking an almost MMO status, and this game was anything but amazing, and it was missing features. Like, you couldn't smoothly get onto another person's ship or like another ship in the world. Graphically, it looked like it was a couple of years old, that's for sure, and it had been in development for a decade, so that's not particularly shocking. But now we're hearing, after their quadruple A failure with Skull and Bones that reportedly cost them $650 to $850 million, X Defiant, which was supposed to be the Call of Duty killer and fell flat, and Star Wars Outlaws, a game that they put a lot of money towards. I mean, it had the largest marketing budget they've ever put towards a game, and that failed. Now we're hearing that Ubisoft might have to cut staff by up to 40%. Now, I do not revel in people losing their jobs, but at the end of the day, if you're bad at your job or you are in a position that is useless, I can't say I'm particularly shocked or sad by the fact that a company is, cutting you off. Because
Okay. Yeah, and this is another reason they pushed Assassin's Creed Shadow to next year. It's gonna be released on, as they say, February. So it's gonna be Valentine's Day. Also, will be the I don't know how it's called again in the United States. It's kind of like Black Month, Black Pride Month, Black. I forgot. So if anything goes wrong, they will complain about the customer, the players, the talentless freaks, as they call, fault for being racist because it's the Black Pride Month or whatever it's called in the United States. Oh my God, that's so pathetic. It's supposed to be four flops in 1 year, one after another. No wonder the company is completely bankrupted. Okay, everybody needs to go to the bathroom. Okay, on a side note, Alisa Mercante have an interview where she was extremely, not even extremely, I think I should ridiculously cocky, acting really, really stupidly and calling people to fight her physically. Bitches. That was the exact words she used. And she sent a message saying that she accepted. He would fight her. And Alisa Mercante back it up. She back it up. She started to do exactly what she do, like use words and say "fuck off" and you know shit like that. She run away. Oh my god, these people.
Because we see so many companies now hire useless positions, like, in my opinion, DEI departments. I think those are pretty useless. But now we're hearing that apparently Ubisoft is trying to find a way to save some money after they're losing hundreds of millions to maybe even a billion this year from their games. If it's true, they spent 650 to 850 million dollars on Skull and Bones. But this is a That Park Place article. It says at least one analyst speculates that Ubisoft might cut its staff by 40% amid rumors that the company will be bought out and taken private. Now, this has been a rumor for quite a long time at this point, because there have been so many shareholders that have come forward and talked about how unhappy they are with the state of the company. And it wouldn't particularly surprise me if they were bought out and taken private. But while I would initially sit here and say this isn't much of a shocker and it can't get any worse for Ubisoft, once I heard the name associated with this rumor, I realized it could get worse, because it says that Tencent Holdings and the Guillemot family are considering options, including a potential buyout of the French video game developer after it lost more than half its market value this year, according to people familiar with the matter. I will never sit here and praise Tencent. They don't buy out. They want to trick regulators, and instead they invest and invest and invest until they've reached a point where they have a say in a company, and that's exactly how they've slithered their way into every market across the world, and that's exactly what they'll do here. They are controlled by the CCP. They're not a separate entity. The CCP doesn't work that way, and they're already, it sounds like, using the Guillemot family to do their bidding. So if this happens, the Guillemot family is going to come out and say, oh, we had this idea and we really wanted to do this, but Tencent is backing us up. It's bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. This is how Tencent is invested in so many companies. They are extremely sneaky. They know exactly what they're doing. And if it happens with Ubisoft, things are not going to get better. I know that we sit here all the time and say, I wish Ubisoft would go back to the way they used to be, where they were creating high quality experiences and they weren't predatorily monetizing their games. But make no mistake, if this happens, it's not going to turn out good, because it's freaking Tencent. Now, of course, it would be interesting to see.
Yep, she's right. They may get rid of the woke, but there are big chances things go pretty downhill. Like monetization and everything else are gonna become like pretty worse. Quality, I don't know, because in many cases they let the company do their things, but they work differently. So yeah, I don't think things gonna be better. Oh, well, gonna be partially better, I guess. But still, there are many things that are gonna change, and things may go pretty bad. Also, what you say is correct. Tencent is not an independent company. Tencent is part of the government of China. Yeah, they are part of the government. They are extension. They say they're not, but it's clearly they are.
see if this is the direction that they head in, because right now there's a bit of a theory spreading, across the internet. It has been for a long time at this point, but it's become more prominent recently, where a lot of people believe that Chinese companies like Tencent are digging their claws into these companies and into video game developers, and they are actually making things significantly worse so that when the game sciences come along and they're releasing titles surrounded, by stories of Chinese mythology, those are extremely amazing experiences. So they're kind of propping up the Chinese created products and sort of denigrating the Western products. And it is an interesting theory. I'm not sitting here saying it's true or false, but it does sound like something that the people over at Tencent would do, because they are extremely scummy. And again, they do try their very best to, get around regulators and ultimately trick people when it comes to business. So I'm not super shocked to hear that apparently Tencent and the Guillemot family are in talks to potentially buy out Ubisoft, but it is extremely worrying. And if this does happen, guys, things are not going to get better for this company. Now, I, of course, am someone who just kind of believes that all of these companies can't be saved because there are so many activists working at these companies. But if they were to lay off about 40% of people, maybe that would be a wake-up call for those at this company who are, spewing their politics, and they're not leaving their politics at the door. Maybe this will be a wake-up call for them to go, you know what, I just need to do my job, and I need to do it properly. And maybe some of the activists will be weeded out, because 40% is an absolute massive chunk of the people that they have at this company. So there's a lot of rumor, there's a lot of speculation, but things are still not looking good for Ubisoft. Even if this doesn't happen and they don't cut 40% of staff, or this buyout doesn't happen, Ubisoft is in an awful position right now, with the rumors that they spent nearly $850 million on their quadruple A game Skull and Bones, because X Defiant failed, because Star Wars Outlaws underperformed, and they had to delay Assassin's Creed Shadows. I, at this point, do not see a way that they could magically turn things around, at least anytime soon. I think it would take years of hard work and effort, and these people hate us. They hate gamers. We've even heard Yves Guillemot say that gamers are toxic, which isn't super shocking since so many people in the industry right now are doing that. But I will be keeping my eye on this, though it sounds that Ubisoft may be going through some massive restructuring in the near future. But that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this, give it a like, and if you didn't, give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either way, but I will talk to you all again in the next video really soon.
So yeah, I don't think they can make it worse right now, because the company reached a rock bottom. Yeah, hopefully people start to listen and yeet the activists through the window. And start to actually make good games. The fuck is this? Nah, whatever. Oh.
What's up, space pirates? This is your captain, the ever-charming Dr. Disaster, and this really shouldn't have to be said, but unfortunately, common sense these days doesn't seem to be that common. But here it is, normal games, games without preachy, progressive crap. Those games are a gold mine just waiting to happen. I know, I just blew the minds of everyone who works in the video game industry. It shouldn't be a secret. It shouldn't be a surprise. But here we are, which brings me to Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. This game looks like it's just a regular game. I suppose not even Bandai Namco can screw up a Dragon Ball fighter, but there's more to it than that, because I'm hearing that the game is selling out and it is topping all the sales charts.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and I'm all out of bubblegum.
Dragon Ball
Love this
is
movie.
apparently outselling even Black Ops 6. According to several articles, it is the top-rated seller on PlayStation, and if you look at the Steam charts, it is currently the number 2 seller behind only Counter-Strike 2. And here's the deal. It's basically the same situation with Space Marine 2 and Stellar Blade and Black Myth Wukong. Give gamers a game without any of the bullshit, and it's gonna sell well. Don't.
Okay. I just realized it. This clip is from the movie They Live. Okay. And that actually fits perfectly. Because these people, they're infiltrated and disguised everywhere. Well, not longer disguised because they are showing themselves now, but they're infiltrated everywhere. We don't need the glasses to see them anymore.
Don't try to preach. Don't fit any stupid, corporate, woke shit into a game and people will buy it. It's time for these companies to learn that normality is a gold mine. They thought that wokeness was a gold mine, but they are learning that in reality, it's something else.
This is no mine. It's a tomb.
Exactly. Dude, people want what the companies was doing for decades. They was doing their job, they was making interesting games, fun games, no agendas, no bullshit. And the games were selling. Every single one of them, even if it was kind of shitty, they had sales. Oh my God, they had sales. Now they changed the formula. Nothing is being sold. I wonder why. We don't need a detective to find out when this bullshit started.
Alright, me hearties, make sure you like this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and also, don't forget to follow me over on Twitter, where I keep a list of games lousy with woke nonsense pinned to the account at all times for your reference. My handle on there is Dr. Disaster 1. Anyhow, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero is just crushing it right now, which to me once again shows that we have been correct in this corner of the internet about what gamers want in their games. Sparking Zero has two major things going for it, and the first is obvious and basically impossible to dispute. It's got the nostalgia going for it. This game is absolutely dripping with nostalgia for the people who used to play the old Dragon Ball Z Budokai games 20 years ago, and the people who watched Dragon Ball Z on Toonami. For those of us who love the IP, this game has been marketed well. It gives us all the feels. But the other major factor working in Sparking Zero's corner is what I was saying a minute ago. The game has absolutely zero traces of woke shit in it. I mean, not even Bandai Namco could infest this game with that nonsense. No, this is just pure testosterone dripping off the screen, and I love it. Gamers are hungry for regular, normal games. Every time a game like this comes out, one where it's obvious that it's just a game, whenever that happens, it sells really well and blows away the competition. We've got Space Marine 2, Astrobot, Black Myth Wukong, Stellar Blade. This isn't an accident. The pattern is clear. If you just make a game without the extra baggage, it will sell. And this article here from Anime Corner illustrates that point. According to them, Sparking Zero is outselling Call of Duty Black Ops 6 in pre-sales. Keep in mind, that is a Black Ops version of Call of Duty. Those games always sell really well, but still, Sparking Zero is outselling Call of Duty Black Ops. And it has become the #1 seller on PlayStation. And, as I mentioned earlier, the game is the #2 seller on Steam right now, and I have no doubt in my mind that in the next few days, as we approach the release date of the game, the sales numbers will ramp up more, and it will likely become the top seller on Steam. Now, compare that to the other Bandai Namco game that is about to come out on Steam, Unknown 9 Awakening, which is a Sweet Baby Inc. game, by the way. But that game is releasing a few days after Dragon Ball, and it currently has barely cracked the top 3,000 on the Steam Chart top seller list. The game is staring down the barrel of being potentially the worst seller that we've seen this year, even worse than the likes of Dustborn. This thing might not hit 100 concurrent players on Steam. And now, I can hear some of you out there thinking, well, this isn't exactly the best comparison since Dragon Ball is such an iconic IP and Unknown 9 lives up to its name by being unknown. But there have been tons of massive woke failures this year, many of them being major AAA releases. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, Concord, Dustborn, Tales of Kenzera Zao, Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster, Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn. I could go on and on. Once again, this is just pattern recognition. If you release woke slop, your game will be roundly rejected. And if you release a normal game for normal gamers, it is going to sell. I mean, in Dragon Ball's case, just look at the views for the trailer that I've been playing in the background here. They just released this trailer 2 days ago, and it already has 1.3 million views, with 84,000 likes and virtually 0 dislikes. This game is absolutely killing it. Everything they do is just working. In fact, they may have gotten people a little too excited, apparently. This headline from IGN says, Bandai Namco responds to Dragon Ball Sparking Zero leaks with takedowns. The article says, it seems someone got hold of a copy of the game early and, as is the internet way, started streaming the game. It didn't take long for Bandai Namco to nuke that stream from orbit, but of course, the internet noticed and never forgets. Since then, Bandai Namco has worked to plug further leaks, but it faces an uphill battle at this stage, and in a tweet responding to the leaks, Bandai Namco made it clear it's keeping an eye or two on the internet. In any case, if you're mindful of spoilers, now might be the time to batten down the hatches. So yeah, watch out for spoilers that are out there circulating the internet, because that stuff is floating around, and if you care about being spoiled, yeah, just going to want to go ahead and go out of your way to avoid that stuff. But in any event, I'm going to leave it there. Drop some mockery of Unknown 9 and all the other woke crap that is failing this year and losing to the likes of normal games like Sparking Zero. Drop that mockery into the comment section down below, and we will talk there.
Thanks for watching, me hearties. If you haven't already, your captain is inviting you to subscribe to the channel and become a part of the crew. Life as a space pirate may not be glamorous, but there's always plenty of booty.
Oh my god, these morons started a war they cannot win. They could just had, started their own company, started their own IPs, small games, see how the public react. But no, they had to jump high and try to destroy the industry. That's just sad and pathetic. Oh my god. Oh my god, again. What the fuck is this? What kind of recommendation is this shit? No, thank you very much.
Square Enix is a shell of the company they once were, and it's always hard for me personally to talk about them because they have so many amazing franchises that they either completely squander or screw up. And now, of course, they're virtue signaling yet again, talking about how they're doing this Pride at Square Enix live stream that is getting absolutely ratioed because of the developers behind it. Now, of course, I've talked a lot about Square Enix on this channel over the years, particularly because they've made so many bad decisions. They constantly are more worried about virtue signaling over creating amazing content, and they have things like internal ethics departments where they have individuals who look over the shoulders of developers and tell them to censor things, to alter the content they're creating during the development process so that they don't offend Western audiences with delicate sensibilities, which is just disgusting, in my opinion. Their internal ethics department has done some serious damage over the years, like with Tifa, changing Tifa's design to add the black fabric underneath her sports bra, making it so she has shorts under her skirt. I mean, these are just some of the changes that they have made over the years. They've also made decisions like with their big NFT focus that they haven't talked about in a long time because they were getting raked across the coals for it, but they have been, yes, in like this DEI death spiral, and now they have decided to promote this big new event they're doing called Pride at Square Enix, and it's going to be a Twitch live stream in only a few days. So I think they missed the memo that Pride Month was in June because it's October now, so they're just trying to add another big Pride event to their slate. But more specifically, what has upset people are the way that these developers have responded. So, of course, they initially were getting kind of roasted for this because, like, why are you doing a Pride event in the middle of October? Like,
Okay. One thing they cannot forget. People enjoyed the Japanese culture. This is why anime sells pretty well. That is why Japanese games like JRPGs and everything else sells pretty well. Because they are different in quotes to some people. And in many cases they are better. Especially if we call like comics and animation, it may draw more attention to them than Western comics and animations. Like not everybody is into superheroes, but there's a lot of people, like younger people especially, who loves things like Dragon Ball and Chainsaw Man, One Punch Man, and shit like that. So by they trying to westernize things, especially adding this woke stuff, things are starting to lose this magic these franchises had. Localizations and all this nonsense. People watch because they want to see the Japanese culture. They don't, not because they want to westernize stuff. I think they forgot about that. Also, this game, okay, this game it's not bad. But for what I hear, they changed this game. They made a complete woke version of it. And this is the game they will be giving away, the changed version. What is another huge red flag. But like the other video said, and prove it, that the government, the United States government, backing this kind of movement. Or if they don't understand the consequences of helping these people, or if this is actually part of the program, I don't know what the people are thinking. I don't have idea. Maybe they are trying to get more votes from different groups, or they just embrace the Georgia Guidestones bullshit. Like there's too many people in the world. They want like birth control, but they can just go ahead and kill people. So they are trying to push homosexuality. So there will be less children being born because, gay couples are unable to reproduce. Only God knows. Jesus, man. Why?
If you really want to promote a game that has, pride content in it, that has representation, just fucking do it. Stop virtue signaling about it. If the game is good, people will watch the live stream. They'll see that the game is good and they'll simply buy it. But they're trying to get certain audiences interested in this title. By the way, audiences who really don't play video games or who people are not going to show up to support you, especially after you're getting roasted like this. But the developers actually decided to come out and attack all gamers, criticizing them and primarily just pointing and laughing at Square Enix for virtue signaling, saying, while it's very disheartening to see little goody two-shoes get this amount of hate and homophobia a second time, we will keep on proudly developing and promoting LGBTQ plus titles. And of course, they go on to talk about how they're so grateful for their community who supported them through this second wave of bigoted comments and hate. So of course, your potential customers are just people you're calling bigots and homophobes, and that's not a winning strategy. That is not a way that you are going to get people to swipe their credit cards. If they simply came out and said, hey, listen, yeah, Square Enix reached out to us and said they simply wanted to promote our game, we were cool with it, and they weren't, trying to silence people and calling us homophobes, that would be one thing. Of course, whenever we see a pride event happening in the middle of October, we're going to point and laugh because it just shows that this company is more focused on trying to get a new audience of people, aka the modern audience, interested in their titles. Because if your game simply happens to have, diverse content or has something like an LGBTQ romance and the game itself is good, it's going to happen naturally. Your supporters are going to follow you naturally. It's like with Final Fantasy 16, for example. Final Fantasy 16 is an amazing fucking game. You happen to have Bahamut, aka Dion, who is gay. We happen to love that game, and he happens to be gay. I didn't see Square Enix
Why?
yapping about that in the promotional material for the game. No.
Wait,
Why didn't they do that?
Bahamut
Because
is a
they
fucking
knew he was a
dragon.
character who could stand on his own, who happened to be extremely well written. You don't need to constantly virtue signal because you think you're going to get a new audience interested in your title. All you're doing is making yourselves look ridiculous, and these developers are responding in the worst way possible, just saying, oh, we've received so much hate and homophobia, simply because people are pointing and laughing at this epic virtue signal fail. So I don't think Square Enix is going to respond. I also don't think that this community live stream is going to go over particularly well for them. I think now they're going to get trolled even harder because of the Streisand effect. I will be keeping my eye on it, but for now, that's all that I really had to discuss in this video. Let everyone know your thoughts in the comments below. If you enjoyed this, give it a like, and if you didn't, give it a dislike. I appreciate your support either way, but I will talk to you all again in the next video really soon.
She said Bahamut is gay now? Like, isn't Bahamut this fucking giant dragon? Ah. That hurts my brain. What the fuck? Why is this video still here? What the fuck is this? AI music. No, thank you. No, I don't have food fetish. Thank you very much. And now there's another MMD dancing here. At least the girl is dressed. Well, sort of. You start with a dress, and apparently she loses the dress. I will not click on this thing. Like, no, thank you very much. Wait, there's more. Who's quitting?
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I'm not here with Geeky Sparkles. I'm going to talk about Ubisoft, and there's been a little bit of movement here. It looks like a little bit of a bowel movement here. It looks like a lot of executives are eyeing a buyout. They want to jump ship from Ubisoft.
Hey, down
We're
with the
already starting to
movement.
see some
Gravity
executives
screw.
jump ship. This is in the wake of the announcement, or the leak rather, that Ubisoft is looking to sell itself to Tencent and the company may go private after that. This is a company that is dying. I mean, it's basically dead. I mean, its stock was down to like $2 a share. It actually has surged to a whopping $3 a share since the announcement that Tencent would take over this company. But yeah, it looks like they were just kind of buying time. I think that Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows were sort of the last chance this company was getting, and they were holding out for that. And when it became very apparent that Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws was not going to save their bacon, all bets are off. And this is coming a couple weeks after it was reported by Insider Gaming that Ubisoft's board of directors was going to launch an internal investigation into the company and find out why they're bleeding money. It's not hard. It's really not hard at all to figure out why this company is bleeding money. And it's not all wokeness, quote unquote, but their pivot into trying to appeal to a certain demographic has definitely hurt their reputation with a lot of gamers, on top of very predatory monetization strategies, practices, and the very loud announcement that they would love it if you just like rented your games, you never owned your games. I think their CEO famously said, you know, gamers need to get used to not owning their games, and their games were starting at like $70 and going up to $120 for Outlaws, and the game was buggy and needed patched on day one. I mean, basically Ubisoft is releasing failed Kickstarters as commercial product. That's what it feels like, right? It feels like this is something that would have been a buggy Kickstarter, like a Mighty Number 9, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying Star Wars Outlaws is that bad, but you would expect a lot more polish from a AAA studio with a massive staff and supposedly the checks and balances that this company has. But, you know, judging by some of the people that work there, and there was a tweet that was making the rounds the other day, their monetization guy at Ubisoft was basically like, don't be mean to us, we're trying really hard. And I'm like, you're the money guy. You're the money guy, and you're basically saying the money's not important. It's how people feel at your company. And if you're mean to them, it makes them feel bad. And I'm like, that's not business, dude. I don't know what kind of like kindergarten logic this is, but like, people need to feel good about your products, and they feel good about your products if they are released with not a lot of bugs, and they feel good about your products if the company is not insulting at least half of it.
My friend. Games without bugs. We're talking about Ubisoft, right? Games without bugs and Ubisoft on the same sentence. I don't think these words fit.
It's target demographic, and they're not trying to gouge them. So let's talk about this. Before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. Guys, go out to clownfishminus.com. Join the reef. We're doing exclusive podcasts out there. We're going to be posting comics out there. We're trying to build up a bit of a presence off of YouTube, because I don't trust YouTube. I don't trust them like I used to. There are a couple things that have happened in the last couple months with YouTube, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I think we need to find another place just in case. I'm not saying we're going to leave YouTube. I have no plans on leaving YouTube, but YouTube might leave us, right? That's always a possibility. So, yeah.
Yeah, YouTube is getting pretty hostile to content creators. The stupid algorithms, the stupid copyright claims, and all this nonsense. Yeah, it is getting pretty hostile. It doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, let's talk about this, because they are all jumping ship here. According to Digital Trends, Ubisoft executives are reportedly eyeing buyouts in the wake of the Assassin's Creed Shadow delay. Tencent has a 9.2 stake in the video game publisher, and the founding family is Guillemot has about 20%. The report talking about the buyout. Note that these talks are in early stages, and since all this information is through sources, it might not happen at all. I think it's absolutely positively going to happen. I don't think there's any choice at this point but to sell Ubisoft. It does show potentially more turmoil behind the scenes at Ubisoft. On September 25th, executives announced it would be delaying Assassin's Creed Shadows out of November into February of next year. I don't think it's going to come out in February either. I think this one is going to be punted for another couple months. I mean, that's my personal opinion. I have no idea for sure, but if they're going to get sold and all that, I think they're going to push it back. I think it needs a lot more work. They need to send it back to the kitchen. They told players this was to ensure the highest level of polish, but told investors it would be pivoting to a more player-centric approach. What does that mean? And would be making some changes. Oh, were they going to let you make your own character? That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Like you can just create your own character, make whatever kind of character you want to make. It would no longer use the season pass model to incentivize players to spend more money on games for perks like early access and exclusive missions, and would once again be releasing games on Steam day one on PC instead of only on its platform. Yeah, we're desperate because Star Wars failed. So again, back to Insider Gaming. We've already got some of their people taking buyouts, right? Vice President of Rainbow Six, Cameron Lee, has left Ubisoft. Cameron Lee joined Rainbow Six brand in April of 2022 as working as the VP of production at Activision. He had 20 years of experience as producer, manager, and VP at companies including EA, Bungie, and BioWare. He's worked on titles like Tony Hawk, Call of Duty, and Dragon Age. Following the announcement to join the Rainbow Six franchise, Ubisoft said Lee will be responsible for creating a long-term brand strategy for Rainbow Six and aligning and collaborating with all internal partners. It's unclear why Lee decided to leave the franchise and the company. Buyouts. But an internal email sent to staff reads, for the time being, the role of VP and executive producer for Rainbow Six will not be replaced. So this is a pretty good indicator that when this happens, I don't think it's an if, I think it's a when, Ubisoft is going to look very different. I don't think they're going to be the same company. I think they're going to basically, Tencent will come in and strip mine the IP that it wants. They'll probably just turn Assassin's Creed into shitty mobile apps or something. Who knows? A gacha game. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? Insider Gaming asked Ubisoft for comment. Has not received a comment yet. You're not going to. You're not going to. But yeah, the stock's actually doing pretty good because everybody's like, hey, let's buy some Ubisoft. So this is going to put a little bit of a wrench into this plan. This come from The Gamer. They said that they're reportedly planning on making 10 Assassin's Creed games in 5 years. So this is what I think is going on. I think current management is trying to buy time. I think that the board of directors is looking into what's actually going on. And I think they're trying to buy time. And I've seen this before at companies where they're trying to make it look like they're actually doing stuff. Oh, we got all these projects planned. Yeah. But the reality is behind the scenes, they're actually looking to sell the company off or downsize or something. And they don't want people to freak out and leave before they're ready for them to leave. Again, I know this from firsthand experience. That, I've been in situations like that where, oh yeah, announce the stuff and then we'll just cancel it later. I don't see how they're going to put out 10 Assassin's Creed games in 5 years. I think it's just like, oh, look, guys, we have a plan. I don't think there is a plan. I don't think Ubisoft has a plan. Ubisoft's plan is to try to survive. It's kind of like...
Survive how? The boat is sinking. There's nothing to do anymore. They made a huge mistake. Like, not one, but several mistakes. One flop after another. Like, hundreds of millions on each project wasted. And the fourth project was pushed to next year. Otherwise, it will be 4 huge flops. there will be some billions of dollars in financial damage. But just because they are stupid to embrace this nonsense. It's their fault, not the players. Players are customers. You should be working for the customers. Like things the customers want. Listening to the customer criticism. Improve with it. And not blame them.
Paramount, like there was no long-term plan, just let's survive quarter to quarter and hope to God somebody comes along and buys us. And that's I think what's going on here. And the reality is that the trouble has been very apparent for months, years, and they didn't do anything about it, right? And I have to wonder if it wasn't leadership, and this is why the board's looking into the situation to find out what happened. They're just too damn stubborn to say, hey, yeah, we don't know what the fuck we're doing. We don't know what we're doing. You know, we've spent hundreds of millions of dollars. We're in the, pointed in the wrong direction. And, ultimately what happens is the CEO usually has to fall on their sword in a case like that. And they would gut management, and the board's probably asking a lot of questions. So they're like, oh yeah, look at all these games we got planned. Yeah, lots of games. Get ready to assassinate over and over again. The information comes from, Tom Henderson of Insider Gaming. This guy's like all over the place now, right? He's actually doing pretty good work. I gotta be honest here. That Ubisoft has grand plans for the Decade Plus franchise. 10 Assassin's Creed titles. Again, announced pre-sale, and I 100% think the sale is going to happen. This company is not sustainable.
Decade. I don't think the company can survive until next year.
So they won't even answer Reuters. Reuters was trying to ask them about what's going on. They won't even answer Reuters because they probably can't. They don't know. I don't know, but they said, it said the shares were up 27% when they surged 30% on Friday after they reported that Tencent were going to buy out the company and take it private. Hopefully make it profitable. I don't know. I mean, it's just another indicator that AAA gaming is imploding, right? I mean, it's all just, everything's just kind of crumbling down. So I'm going to wrap this up. We'll keep an eye on this situation. It's kind of a slow news day. It's Sunday. I don't think we're going to hear anything else about Ubisoft until Monday, Tuesday of next week, if we hear anything. I mean, it might be, weeks go by, we don't hear anything, just a lot of people leave. But yeah, I think they're in a holding pattern right now. I think they're just going to kind of tread water until they figure out what they're doing, which is part of the reason I think that they pushed back Assassin's Creed Shadows. But they also knew it wasn't ready. It was going to be a huge disaster. So, going to wrap it up. Please subscribe. We'll talk later. Join the reef. Go to clownfish-.com. That's clownfish-.com. You will get.
Okay, apparently Ubisoft is the new Atari. They failed to fuck you. Why do they even have to protect anyone? You work from them. You do your job. If you do a good job, you don't get attacked. The company don't get attacked. So you get bad reviews. You need to find out who the fault is. It's probably both of you. The cast and the company who approved this bullshit. People keep saying Blizzard is bad. I don't fucking care about Blizzard. They did have a big success. They had Overwatch. They killed Overwatch to release Overwatch 2. It was a huge, huge flop because they changed the game too much. Why do I keep getting AI shit? I don't want AI. Oh my God.
Elsewhere. So we're going to talk about yet another article by Paul Tassi about the acolyte at Forbes because he cannot just let this go. He's going to hang on to this forever, apparently. According to this article, the one star that plays the mom character or whatever in the acolyte is blasting Disney because it didn't protect its cast. Meanwhile, Disney has gone out of its way to protect other people, especially if you are of a certain race, it seems, while other people who aren't basically not white are not helped at all, even when there's a mountain of evidence supporting the fact they should be assisted. Before we get into it, we're going to look at this real quick. I wanted to make sure I mentioned we have Clownfish Minus. If I don't, Neon will get mad. No, I'm kidding. He won't get mad. Clownfishminus.com. It's our non-plus club. Right now, your first month, you get a discount. You can sign up. You've been great about this. Also, we have products on here. I'm trying to get some new stuff up. If you stay tuned for that. If you are a member, you can get a discount on merchandise. You do not have to be a member to buy merchandise, though. You just get a discount if you are. You also get access to special podcasts and things like that. So that's Clownfish Minus. If you get a chance to check it out, please do. So back to the important stuff. So we have Paul Tassi out here having a hissy again. Well, at least he admits in this article, though, that maybe the reason we aren't getting more acolyte is because there aren't enough people to tune in and they didn't have the audience for the show comparative to the budget. So the article's like, fans continue to mourn the cancellation of Star Wars The Acolyte by Disney, while those who hated the show continue to celebrate. It just whatever. And even if the cold math, because math's racist. It's so cold. You mean facts, not feelings, Paul? Is that the show was not well watched compared to the ludicrous budget. That's why it's gone. That's it right there. It created a lot of bad blood all the same. Yeah, I'm going to argue that a lot of the bad blood was caused by media outlets like Forbes doing constant hit pieces on the fans. It's come down to a place where if you don't like something, even if you have valid criticism, it's immediately labeled and dismissed as bigotry. And though you'll see that all over the place with the acolyte, they're like, well, if people had legitimate criticisms, but when they did, you still dismissed it. There is no legitimate criticism. The only legitimate criticism is when there's something you guys don't like and you agree on that, then it's legitimate. Otherwise, it's just racism and bigotry, according to you people. It's not just between fan groups.
Okay, these are really valid points. Okay? And also, the budget. Why people are spending so much money in projects that you don't even know if you're gonna thrive or not? Yes, it is Star Wars, but look at how bad the movies was doing. I mean, seriously, it's a risky move, like a really, really risky move, especially when you change too much. This agenda stuff doesn't help at all. But what the thing I wanted to point is that an Ewok on her shirt? They're like, what do I mean? Wicked?
Between the actors and the studio itself. So in an interview with Glamour, Jodie Turner-Smith, who played Mother, I don't know how to say that, Anisea, That's one character. I didn't watch a show. Neon did. He watched the 3rd episode only. And he said that he would watch an entire show about Saul and that the actress Jodie Turner-Smith did a good job. And he thought she was a good actress in the part. He didn't say anything negative about her. Thought that the witches thing was stupid, but he said that the actress herself did a really good job. So can't wait to hear about how we're bigots again. She spoke candidly about the situation, which resulted in harassment of members of the cast, especially Amandla Stenberg. Well, Amandla doesn't help when you go out and make music videos and act like a complete moron. You just look for it. It's like, I swear to God, some of you people are out there deliberately trying to bait fans. You go out before the show. A lot of you were out before the show even came out. And you were going on about how it's the most diverse show ever. And it's, LGBTQ and all this other stuff. And you were out there doing that as your media preview before the show. Like that was your lead up. And then you are surprised when people don't watch because they're like, oh shit, it's going to be an agenda show again. This is why we keep saying that if you are working on a movie or show, or if you're a showrunner, that there should be things that have been put in place that they should not be allowed to go out and just shoot their mouths off because they do more damage with these manifestos than anything. And then the media jumps on it and immediately calls all the fans who don't like it toxic. And if you don't like this, you're against black people or LGBTQ or whatever. And then it just turns fans off even more because now you don't have an opinion unless it's a glowing one. And it's not right. That's the problem. That being said, do not harass people. It's bullshit. Don't do that. And especially if you're harassing people because of their race or gender or sexual orientation, don't do that. Never do that. But which we always say. But for no other reason besides the fact that it's completely wrong and you shouldn't do it and you're an asshole if you do. The fact is they'll try to use this to leverage that they should dismiss your opinion. If you don't like it, everybody should be dismissed because you're all a bunch of bigots. And it's ridiculous because do I think that some misguided individuals made comments? I'm 100% sure a very, very small amount of people did. I would not be surprised at all. However, that small amount of people is probably like a fraction of a percent of all the people you want to blame. And I'm getting tired of it. I'm getting so sick to death of it. But anyway, they're talking about how this happened with the show and how Disney needed to do more. They're talking about Amandla. She put so much care and thought and love into that. And it's disappointing to feel like your studio is not having your back in a very public-facing way. They've got to stop doing this thing where they don't say anything and people are getting fucking dogpiled on the internet with racism and bullshit. Again, saying you don't like the character, saying you don't like the show is not racism. And honestly, the actress rubbed people the wrong way with a lot of her behavior as well. It's just not fair to not say anything. It's really unfair. Disney has come out and said stuff before, though. When we had Moses Ingram going on with the Obi-Wan, they had all put big statements out on Twitter. Oh, we never accept racism and stuff. They have gone out and said that. I'm pretty sure the Acolyte, they were making comments too. They totally were. I don't know where you're getting this from because they were basically, and then the media was all after everyone. It could just be Disney's washing their hands of this bullshit because they're just tired of losing money. But I want to point out that Gina Carano got fired from The Mandalorian because of the stuff that was going on with the pronouns in her bio and stuff like that. But we go down here and we talk about Christina Ariel and all her comments, which weren't great. But when it came to Gina Carano off of The Mandalorian, she got fired and didn't get the same treatment. People assumed and decided that her character, Cara Dune, was representative of them because they decided it. They never, the character itself was never spun in a way that the character was representative, but they decided that that was the representation. As such, the actress has to be the same as them. And they were all about Cara Dune, loved Cara Dune. Heck, I liked Cara Dune. She was a good, strong female character done correctly. And I was like, finally, we got some good, strong female leads. And what they got mad about was they all demanded that she put pronouns in her bio because, they decided that there was representation. So she actually put this out, really polite. She's like, yes, Pedro and I spoke and he helped me understand why people were putting them in their bios. I didn't know before, but I do now. I won't be putting them in my bio, but good for all of you who choose to. I stand against bullying, especially the most vulnerable, and freedom to choose 100%. She against bullying, stands with people wanting to do what they need to, that kind of stuff. As a result, months of harassment, telling her transphobe, hag, all kinds of stuff, passive aggressive, racist, because somehow that means you're racist. The typical, behavior you would expect from the forgiving and accepting side of the spectrum. And when she still didn't do it, and then she finally got sick of it and put like beep bop boop or something in her, however she said it in her pronouns would be. People got mad about that too. But she was doing it in response to everybody making these comments. Disney said nothing. They didn't stand up for her at all. This went on for months. They did nothing about it. I know when Zoe Saldana stood up for Chris Pratt, she also got all kinds of racist vitriol against her by the same groups of people, not the people that get blamed for it all the time. And Disney said nothing about that. But when Christina Ariel had issues, Disney stood up. When, Moses Ingram had issues, Disney stood up and said something. So the fact they're saying that Disney doesn't stand up for people, that's not true. They have, as long as you're not white. I'm sorry, but they have. It would just be nice if the people they have all the money, whether it be Disney or any studio, were showing their support and putting their feet down. Say this is unacceptable. Well, it is unacceptable. You're not a fan if you do this. Okay, they do that. You're not a fan if you do this. The thing is, the problem is, it's a small group of people who do it. Like 100% I believe that they do it. But we're talking like a handful of people. And what happens is, everyone gets blamed. If you don't like it, it's all because people don't like the Star Wars, Disney Star Wars. It's because they all hated Kelly Marie Tran. And some people harassed her. Not everyone who doesn't like your damn shit did those things. A lot of fans had nothing to do with it. It was the majority, like 99.something% of people didn't do that. But yet everyone who doesn't like it is lumped in with this. How you're talking about fairness? How about that? You're not thinking to this. Make a really big statement. They did, and just see if any money leaves. It did leave. The whole show was a money loss. I bet it won't, because people of color, and especially black people, make up a large percentage of buying power. They didn't tune in to the show. If they have a lot of buying power, they didn't tune in to the show. Okay? They might find it's actually more lucrative for them. It's more lucrative for them to tell everybody else they're racist when they're not because of a couple people. That doesn't even make sense. Okay? We're talking about the toxicity facing the show's cast. Not necessarily in regard to why it's canceled, but in terms of Disney appearing to offer little support. Disney keeps putting out statements. Star Wars keeps putting out statements saying about, we stand with our actors, we're against racism 100%. They've put out statement after statement over this stuff, okay? Again, small group of people do this shit, do not do this shit, but the vast majority get blamed for it, and then people like Paul Tassi and Forbes and other outlets like it have hit piece after hit piece about toxic fans, okay? Which basically equates to, you didn't like our show. It goes talking about the same things, they're talking about a TV exec, an unnamed TV exec, saying that, they're trying to be more hands-off in the superfan group because they're really, really salty about the fact that studios are going to be like listening to the fans and not them. Okay. And they're like, particularly when it's a negative, toxic conversation, we don't even engage, said a TV market executive. The toxic will try not to give too much oxygen. We'll reply to the comments that are positive, elevate those things. Once again, we're going to reply to what's positive. How do you learn? Like, if you have a shitty show and a show people don't want to watch because it sucks, and people say, I don't like the show because it sucks, and you're going to ignore all those things, but say, but only elevate the comments that tell you what you want to hear, is an echo chamber that leads to no money and a financial loss and hardship for your company because you're fucking stupid. Okay? That's where it is. But it goes on and on about this. About the accolades. It can't be, none of this is a road to getting the accolade uncanceled, but it's viewed as an endemic of a larger problem that most studios refuse to engage with. It's not an issue that's going away. What, the issue of the media and you, Paul Tassi, writing hit pieces constantly, thinking you're a tastemakers and so everything has to be about what you like? You mean that's the larger problem? Because you keep blaming these toxic fans, and somehow the toxic fans are the vocal minority, yet somehow controlled everyone in not watching your show. And and you keep going on about this. But the reality of the situation is the studios are starting to realize they're losing money. They're straying too far by listening to dipshits like Paul Tassi. They're straying too far away from the fan base in general, globally. And because of that, people aren't watching their shows or supporting their shows and subscribing and giving them money. They need to give people what they want to get the audience back. And then these guys are mad about it because they want to be the ones telling everybody you have to put in it. And basically, in a nutshell, it's diversity and inclusion. And diversity and inclusion, again, has been done very well for decades. And it has been fine until recent years. And no one cared. But you guys all walked it back so much now that everybody is like, oh shit, as soon as they see that. Because they know, given since like 2014 on, it's gonna be dog shit. Because it's not even fair to the diverse and inclusive people you hire. Because you're giving them shit to work with. Like Neon said, he'd watch a Saul show all day long. He liked her. He thought she was great. They are both neither one white. We had no problem with that. It's what you give them to work with, and then the toxic narrative spun by the media. Which brings me to this other thing I want to point out, because the Hollywood Reporter is starting to effing get a clue, it seems. They wrote an article saying, is Disney bad at Star Wars? No, really? An analysis. They're talking about 12 years since Disney bought Star Wars and all the stuff that's happened. They're talking about how divisive the Disney sequel trilogy was, about how the fact that they keep announcing a bunch of projects and they abandon them, and creative differences, which we keep talking about. They're saying about how, I know one person, this part's funny to me. You're talking about how the result of the trilogy was a mishmash of dueling creative visions, and then blaming George Lucas again, saying that he kind of did that with the original trilogy. But it's far easier to maintain a saga's cohesion when the films are led by the same person. But they were. Kathleen Kennedy. Kathleen Kennedy didn't have a plan. And it was very obvious from the first to second movie and from the second to third, even more so. Even the people that were like pissing on those who didn't like The Last Jedi, oh, there's a plan. They got so flipping mad.
Oh God, okay. I don't fucking care about this anymore. Like, she's doing a great job pointing out all these things, but that's the point. They don't realize how bad they're doing, and this go in a loop. It keep going and going and going. And if Disney is bad at Star Wars, I would say yes. Okay. To me, Star Wars is episode 4, 5, and 6. A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and The Last Jedi. The 3 prequels, pod racing, and all this nonsense that wasn't really important. They should focus on something else. It's just filler content. And I don't know. I can't really take that Anakin seriously. Then there was the sequel that I hated. If I dislike the prequel, the sequels was holy shit. Was everything was pretty bad. Let's see. Rogue One had some cool scenes, but that's basically it. Then there was this Kylo Ren. I just can't stand it. It's just too whiny to be taken seriously. Rey also too. The character development was so absurdly bad. basically, oh, I can use the force like out of nowhere. Well, the Rogue One also had that with the blind guy, but this blind guy scenes was actually fun. There was also the stormtrooper guy, and the sequels. Like, I don't know. To be honest, I always thought that every stormtrooper was a clone. It doesn't seem like. I don't know. I don't care. This, to me, this franchise is dead. Oh my god. Okay. Gaming time. But before that, okay, one more time. Let's go.
あとすごい話題になってたそのコスチュームとか当時とそのままなのかどうなのかみたいなのがありましたよね、また。
まあね、いろいろ規制もあってね、露出してきちゃいけないとかね。
そこを、ちょっとあんまり深掘りする気はないんですけど、いいのにだってフィクションだけどその中に主人公というあなたが入って冒険するっていうことでいいじゃないと思うんですけど、違うんですかね。
なんですかね。よくわかんないですけどね、これについてはね。
ゲームだし、フィクションという自分の中のバーチャル体験でのノンフィクションだから楽しくければいいのにっていうふうに思っちゃいますけどね。
あんまり露出するとね、年齢が上がっちゃうっていうね。全年齢じゃなくなってしまうっていうのがあったりとか。
ルールがやっぱなんか各国違ったりするんでね、広く売ろうと思うと一番厳しいところに合わせざるを得ないとか。
でも当時そんなこと思わなかったですけどね。
コンプラっていう名のね、やっぱりね、ある種のね、なんだろうな、絶対心というべき、善の名を借りた悪みたいなのがある。全員が不快感を覚えないなんてことはないわけ。だって不快なことを覚えるどうこうでもいいわけよ。だって綺麗汚いとかさ、善悪って人それぞれに感じ方があるわけじゃん。で物事はやっぱり根っこにあるのはやっぱり絶対やっちゃいけないことだけいくつかあって、それさえやらなきゃあとはいいじゃないって、そういうのがないわけよ。だからやっぱり英米の方から来てるその宗教的な概念から来るその正教徒の考え方ってアメリカにあるじゃない。彼らのコンプラの考え方って本当ね狭い。でだから向こうでコミックス出す時に全部その年齢で区切ってやらなきゃいけない。少年ジャンプの漫画だったら13アップ13歳以上じゃないと出せない。私は全部リテイク入れなきゃいけない。でそれを訴訟が起きるそのために保険も入らなきゃいけない。もうこんなねバカな国とねやるの本当めんどくさい。でそっから日本も悪影響を受けてやってるから。
主人公もね男女選べるんだけど、男女選ぶって書いていけないのね。タイプ1タイプ2なのね。
ねえ。
これ男女誰が一体文句言うんだろうと思うんだよね。そうそうね。
Why is this bar not disappearing?
あとすごい話題になってたそのコスチュームとか当時とそのままなのかどうなのかみたいなのがありましたよね、また。
まあね、いろいろ規制もあってね、露出してきちゃいけないとかね。
そこを、ちょっとあんまり深掘りする気はないんですけど、いいのにだってフィクションだけどその中に主人公というあなたが入って冒険するっていうことでいいじゃないと思うんですけど、違うんですかね。
なんですかね。よくわかんないですけどね、これについてはね。
ゲームだし、フィクションという自分の中のバーチャル体験でのノンフィクションだから楽しくければいいのにっていうふ ふうに思っちゃいますけどね。
あんまり露出するとね年齢が上がっちゃうっていうね、全年齢じゃなくなってしまうっていうのがあったりとか、
ルールがやっぱなんか各国違ったりするんでね、広く売ろうと思うと一番厳しいところに合わせざるを得ないとか。
でも
当時そんなこと思わなかったですけどね。
コンプラっていう名のね、やっぱりね、ある種のね、なんだろうな、絶対心というべき、善の名を借りた悪みたいなのがある。全員が不快感を覚えないなんてことはないわけ。だって不快なことを覚えるどうこうでもいいわけよ。だって綺麗汚いとかさ、善悪って人それぞれに感じ方があるわけじゃん。で物事はやっぱり根っこにあるのはやっぱり絶対やっちゃいけないことだけいくつかあって、それさえやらなきゃあとはいいじゃないって、そういうのがないわけよ。だからやっぱり英米の方から来てるその宗教的な概念から来るその正教徒の考え方ってアメリカにあるじゃない。彼らのコンプラの考え方って本当ね狭い。でだから向こうでコミックスだけに全部その年齢で区切ってやらなきゃいけない。少年ジャンプの漫画だったら13アップ、13歳以上じゃないと出せない。私は全部リテイクでなきゃいけない。でそれを訴訟が起きるそのために保険も入らなきゃいけない。もうこんなねバカな国とねやるの本当面倒くさい。でそっから日本も悪影響を受けてやってるから、
主人公もね男女選べるんだけど、男女選ぶって書いていけないのね、タイプ1タイプ2なのね。
ねえ
これ男女って誰が一体文句言うんだろうと思うんだけど。
そう
ね。
And there he goes. This guy said everything. This is bad. Like, it's really, really bad. Okay, so let's cut this in here and go back to gaming because this already gone too far.